And so the plan with okay,
You're on and ready.
okay. Call to order at 9:30. Agenda as presented. Any additions, changes, anything that we've missed? Anything we don't want to talk about?
That we're adding from last meeting, so it's gonna be 6.5, the CNL 2.2 reserves and surface allocation policy. And then 7.5 draft 2026 municipal 5-year capital budget plan.
Okay, so the capital budget and the reserves.
Yes.
Reserves in 6.5 and 7.5 is.
The capital.
Unless you guys are gonna table it for another, the next one.
Is
That's your
capital. No, I think, well, there'll be some discussion. We can see where we can go with it. Okay, so move that. Paul, you move that?
I can do that.
To accept the agenda as amended?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
All in favor? Okay, previous minutes. Any errors, omissions that we need to look at?
Fine to me.
Okay, looks fine. Okay, let's motion to accept the minutes.
Leona?
Yep.
Oh, good.
Okay, all in favor? Public hearings, none present, none anticipated. Boy, whistling right into the delegation. Draft, it's all yours, Brad and Jane.
Jane.
Hi, Council. Sorry, no Jane today. Unfortunately, she's
Okay.
unable to make it. Thanks for having me here. Sent along to Melissa very recently here is the updated draft shoreline management plan. Apologies for getting it to you a little bit later than we had hoped. Just confirming some of the details with the province about water levels and land ownership and such has just kind of pushed it a little further back than we had hoped. But again, apologies on that. Just wanted to give council a bit of just a quick overview of what's in this draft versus the previous ones that you had peeked at, and how we incorporated a bit of the feedback both from council and the province, from our walkthrough, from follow-up discussions. And just wanted to give you a bit of an overview as you read through the document. Ideally, what we would have following today is council has the opportunity to review, provide administration with your feedback for us, and if there is feedback to incorporate into the draft, we can do so. But ideally, the next steps in this would be to get it to the province for a informal review of the draft shoreline management plan, so that they can highlight if there is anything of a red flag nature on their end, or if they need anything tightened up before we submit it for a more formal adoption process for the purposes of expanding or extending the recreational lease along the shoreline. So the draft that we had provided, one of the big things that we had to do in this was confirm the ownership and status of some parcels of land that were understood to be Crown land, but on the mapping data sources that we have and the province has on their end, they were being shown as privately owned parcels of land. So through Trevor, we were able to confirm the status of it on the province's end, and incorporate these into the shoreline management plan. Largely, these are some of the larger parcels to the northeast portion of the plan area. One of the big feedbacks that we got from council the last time we had a review of the draft was just the general confusing nature of all the multiple terms and designations throughout the plan itself. And this is, even for us, it's hard to keep straight things like recreational leases, license of occupation, what the right of way is versus all of that. And on top of that, knowing that on the municipality's end, there are parcels of land that the municipality owns and controls that have different designations too. And I'm talking largely about municipal reserve, whether it is designated as reserve or park, environmental reserve as well. So we put a bit of effort into expanding the definitions in these sections so that anyone reading it, whether it is council, administration, the province, or community members, that hopefully they have a better understanding of what these different designations are. And as part of that, we included some additional maps that hopefully better explain where municipal reserve and environmental reserve parcels are, where the right of way is located, um, and what the boundaries of the plan itself are. In many ways, a lot of these areas were overlapping one another. So being able to identify property boundaries and where overlay uh, boundaries are. A lot of that was very difficult to see in the earlier drafts. So we kind of separated those out into different maps. So hopefully by looking at them side by side, it spells that out just a little bit more clearly and plainly. Um,
Can you share the document?
I might have to, give me a second, make you.
I can, yeah, I've got a couple of the maps in a PowerPoint slide. I wasn't sure if I would have the
Yeah,
sharing
I
abilities.
think I just gave it to you now, I think.
Okay, let me just pull that up. It just might take a second.
No problem.
I just thought it might be easier as you're talking with council for them to.
Yeah.
Here you go.
Is that showing the three maps? Yeah.
Yeah.
So previously, a lot of this information was kind of on one map. And I admit it was probably confusing for anyone trying to pull it all apart. So hopefully in creating more maps in the document, we're able to more clearly identify what's going on in this area. So map one shows the plan area, so the area of focus and study for all of the shoreline management plan. It shows all of the lands that are being considered as part of the shoreline management plan. Map two gets into the detail of what the water management right of way is, and what the area of the recreational lease would be. So it is an area on top of it's a portion of the overall plan area. But at the end of the day, this is what will be going to the province to expand the lease area of. Of note, based on recommendations from the province, we expanded the area at the very southwest corner where the boat launch is. Previously, this wasn't included as part of the recreational lease. The Summer Village has a license of occupation for the boat launch area, but it's not covered under the recreational lease. So one of the anecdotal feedback that we got on the walkthrough with the province was to apply to expand that recreational lease to include the whole boat launch area, so that it would all be covered under the shoreline management plan. So if you ever happen to peek at what the current lease area looks like, it's a little bit more expanded down in that very tail end of the plan area. And hopefully map three showing the different reserve parcels and ownership of the parcels in the plan area. Again, it corresponds to a chart that details what the exact legal location is of each parcel. But by separating it out, we're hopefully able to more clearly identify what the designation of each parcel is on the both in terms of ownership, whether it's crown or municipal, but if it's a environmental reserve parcel or a municipal reserve parcel.
Okay.
That's a lot more in depth.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is.
Good.
Yeah, until I get a chance to actually see it and read
yeah,
it, it's
pull
gonna
it
be,
apart and say,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and I'm glad we are able to have the just a bit of a discussion before you read it, so that hopefully that kind of resonates with you when you do read it, so that there isn't any further confusion. If you do find that some details are being aren't quite as fully expanded upon, we can look at further changes to the maps. But hopefully, by making 3 maps rather than one, this will spell things out a little bit more clearly. I'll get to the other ones here in a second. Going back to our discussions with the province, they obviously had observations about the fire road, and having seasonal recreational equipment storage, and knowing from our conversations with council that both of those are very important things to consider in the plan. The province requested that we include it in there, so that it is identified and it's not it's observed as something that's currently present. I'm speaking mainly about the fire road. But if we're looking at doing seasonal storage of recreational equipment, that be identified in the plan as well. So in the maps that I'll get to here in just one second, there are we've identified the fire road as best we could based on the pictures and preliminary mapping I took on site. If you feel that the extent of it or the location of it isn't quite lined up, we can always make a little minor adjustments. But they asked us to include that in there to begin the negotiation process as to whether that's something that can continue to exist as part of the recreational lease. So we included that in there just to be upfront and to begin the discussions with the province. I'll get to these other maps here as well. One of the expanded upon sections in here is that we've now identified areas for, I call them focus areas, but areas where it's identified that there would be conservation as the primary focus of the use of the site, and in other cases where recreational use would be included as the primary use of the site. So in areas where there is currently recreating going on, whether it's swimming, beach activity, sandy shores where people are going to recreate in the first place, those are identified as recreation areas within the stormwater management plan area, and where the focus based on the landscape and the shoreline width and factors like that, where conservation is probably more appropriate, that's identified as such. So we can certainly refine and update these accordingly. Council, you probably have you'll have opinions about whether an area should be for conservation or recreation, or if things need to move, 10 feet this way or 20 meters the other way. Again, that's something that we can easily make adjustments to. It's based primarily on our observations of both your recreational mapping, but also just walking the beach and knowing where the more popular areas are. So we did our best to include that in here. So the middle map that you see here just shows how those 4 areas largely just kind of quartered the shoreline area into 4 different focus areas, and each focus area has its own individual map. So in this case, just showing for an example, the area focus area number 1 closest to the boat launch, showing the area for identified primarily as conservation, but the boat launch area itself and other parcels nearby within the recreation area. We showed where the recreational lease area would be, but in here we've also identified the location of the fire road, and how it kind of follows the shoreline, and is portions of it are within the recreational lease area and portions of it are outside of it. So whether the province can entertain keeping portions of it, that'll be up for discussion. But this is basically the land use plan for the shoreline management plan to show where access would be, that there isn't going to be that the Summer Village is committing to conservation priorities in certain areas and recreation priorities in others. I don't have the other ones currently identified here on the slide, but if you can bear with me here for a second. Oh, let me I'll pull up to one of the other ones just to show that the recreation areas are primarily noted where your recreation infrastructure is currently located, and where swimming areas and public accesses are. We've mainly made those the nodes for the recreation area, and within the plan itself, there's policies that detail what some uses may be developed within those areas and within the conservation areas, that the primary focus be environmental and ecological conservation and very low impact human activity in those areas.
That preclude any docks coming off of those protected areas, or that's more shoreline physical land or sand?
Within the conservation area?
Yeah, like I
Um,
know there's a big one just beside 7, that one peak in that area of beach access 7. There is a fairly large potentially protected area. So would that be okay? That I understand, no mowing, no development, protect the vegetation.
mhm.
That then preclude any boat ramps or anything, docks and ramps and lifts being in the water in front of those places.
In front of the conservation area within the water?
Correct. Correct.
No, it would not.
Okay, so we could still do that, but just if they were to pull up that equipment could not be stored in the protected areas. That's the biggest
In the
thing.
conservation area, yeah.
Yes, okay, conservation area, okay.
Would that be anywhere within the conservation area, or we could entertain designated areas perhaps within it to get a concentration, right? I think that's the way we talked.
I think where possible, if the intent is, and again, a lot of like the line work in this is we're happy to move it according to council's opinion, in terms of what makes what would make a good space for recreation area and seasonal recreational storage. So this is just our preliminary best guess as to where these areas would be. But ideally, if the intent is that it would be used for recreational storage, it should be a recreational area, not primarily identified for conservation, because if we're going to go through the work of ensuring that no development or minimal activity is happening in that area, that it probably wouldn't make sense to then cover it with docks and lifts and things of that nature. So
Yeah, I think what we'll get to, and we can analyze that at a
Yeah.
later point, but I think what we'll get to is within the larger area, there might be like these are large areas on your map. We
Yeah.
might need to break it down, especially as we go closer to 3 and 4 area, to break it down into smaller chunks and say, okay, we want to protect this node for conservation.
Yeah.
But so we'll have 2 nodes instead of 1 large one. We'll have 2 smaller ones, and there might be a recreation node in between them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that sort of thing. So when I mean, we're just taking a quick overview, and it's hard to kind of pin it down.
Yep.
But once we get to that point, we may say, yes, but we would like 100 meters of shoreline so that the boats from either side, or not the boats, but the lifts and the docks from either side can be pulled into that area. Because what we don't want is to have people dragging the whole beach with their stuff to get them to a location half a mile down.
Yeah, that's good point. Just in this particular focus area, a lot of there's a significant area here that's identified for conservation, and largely it's because it was identified as having a wetland. There is perhaps some work and negotiating that can happen to further expand upon the recreational equipment storage in this area. Um, it's not precluding that activity in this area.
Yeah.
But I just didn't want to, on our first draft here, to show it as such.
Yeah,
See, and the other thing that I'm looking at, because I'm looking at these on the computer as well, in each one of those focus areas, there should be a seasonal recreation storage area, and I'm not seeing that.
Well, and even looking at the map that you currently have, that's where beach access 8, I believe, yeah. So
Mhm.
beach access 8, you've put the current toilets, pathway, and that grass, that entry into beach access 8 is under a conservation area. So we would literally not be able to mow the grass. We couldn't have a path to the beach. So, I mean, there might be some, I guess what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, and you did acknowledge it, that we may need to adjust or potentially adjust those lines to reflect the realities of what we need to access the recreation area.
Yeah, I again happy to get council's, drawings and notes and scribbles to further refine this.
Yep.
You know better than we do where some of those good spots could potentially be. I just wanted to acknowledge the existence of the observed wetland from CBP when they did their walk through the community, and I think where possible we need to acknowledge its existence and do our best to, not disturb it as much as possible. But again, there's some work that we can do to
Tweaking.
move some of those lines around.
Yeah, I think you called it tweaking, and I think we
Yeah.
can work with what you've got and tweak to kind of tuck smaller areas, smaller pockets in that we can perhaps
Yep.
move some of this equipment into.
Yeah, certainly appreciate the opportunity to do that. We will have to make sure we're careful that, we
Balance.
balance and that we have identified our vision on it, of how we can have that balance as it goes.
Well, and equity for each of the focus areas, so that
Yes.
there is something that is available to everybody in those focus areas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, is it going to be, every 100 meters that there will be a recreational storage area? Probably not, just based on
No.
the way in which the shoreline operates and the conditions on the site. But I think baking in some equity is probably a huge opportunity here. And again, council, you know better than we do how to identify those areas a bit better. So
Okay.
yeah, please do. And we're happy to um, take your feedback, and if you have further questions, we can meet again to further refine this. But ideally, getting a draft to the province for their preliminary review so that we can know if we're way out to lunch on things, or if we're very close here to potentially having a shoreline management plan that meets their needs.
So you've addressed the conservation areas, you've addressed the recreation areas, storage areas kind of come into that play. What did you do anything to address the riparian repair potentially at the shoreline? Like in some of the lots that we walked past where the grass was right down to the water edge, and I know they had some concerns that could cause future erosion, or it should be more left wild or returned to the wild. Is there anything in there that addresses that riparian repair? And I saw on one of the maps you had some that kind of showed that, but is that in the report as well, or
Yeah,
is that...
in the report, we've identified that in the conservation areas, apart from removing invasive species and noxious weeds and hazards that largely based on the province's guidelines that that stuff needs to be left alone for the purposes of preventing future erosion and supporting lake health. But within the recreation areas, that
It's not. Yeah.
it's as the Trevor and Christine mentioned on the walkthrough, they see an opportunity where things can continue to be mowed, harrowed, and to to a to the benefit of creating a recreation environment on the lake. Noting that areas where there is mature, permanent, I forget the exact wording we used in here, but where there's nodes that are, basically islands of permanent vegetation, that you're not aiming to, blast that out to
Yeah.
create a couple extra square feet of beach, that you leave those as opportunities for ecological systems to thrive and prevent further erosion just on site alone. So we've also included some policies in here that indicate, who is to be doing this. So it's not just anyone with a ride-on tractor and um, time on the weekend that they can just go out and just start re-landscaping the shoreline. That all of this needs to be done with the municipality and eventually the province's approval, so that we know it's being done according to the shoreline management plan and following all of these policies.
Good. Well, I like the changes, and some of we'll look forward to reviewing it.
Yeah,
And we'll go back and forth with the administration and to get a final draft in your hands. So
yeah,
next steps are us reviewing it,
Providing your feedback to me and then I'll forward it to Brad.
and then Brad, then you take it to the province, or we take it to the province. How does
if
that?
if the feedback is, here's some minor changes, some minor adjustments, we will make those changes, send it back to council so that you have got a copy. And I think getting it to the province would be just a combined effort between us and Melissa, to share it with Christine and Trevor for their preliminary review and have a meeting with them briefly to just see if they have any
Concerns.
flags that
Yep.
are either no-goes or that they feel that there's some opportunity to improve upon the document. And then once we get to that point, we can present it to the community and submit it to the province for formal approval.
Okay, I think it's long overdue and it's a good progression.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's such a fascinating shoreline you folks have. You've been gifted so many different levels of uh, provincial authority and bureaucracy and whatever, but it's a good opportunity to plan for this area so that it's taken care of properly. So
Do we need anything else on that? Any other questions?
No, I'm just concerned about the equity of some of
Yes.
the recreational areas
Yeah.
in each one of those focus areas. So
Well, the big one is 7, and there isn't a lot of activity like equipment and stuff on 7.
I'm looking at all
Yeah.
four
Yeah.
four
They
areas.
all have to have something.
They all have to have something
Yeah,
in
I
the
think
minutes, and
we
I'm
will review
not
that.
seeing that. So
We'll definitely
and-
review
yeah,
And if the boundaries of those 4, or if we need to make 5, again, I largely cut it up so that it's not all being shown on one map and things getting bunched together and lost in the details. But if you feel that there's more natural or organic shoreline neighborhoods, for lack of a better word, it's easy on our end to make 5 or 6 or 8 different maps that show these areas in a little bit more detail.
I got another question on the boat launch. So if we, because that's one of our moving forward projects potentially, does it say in here that, I know the shoreline is fairly developed and there's a gravel road right to the edge. This report wouldn't include us going into the water to repair or build the boat launch further? Because that's not the shoreline, that's the water, different department, correct?
So that would be a license of occupation, which you currently have. And those can be changed, amended, expanded, contracted. Um, we should identify that in this, so that this becomes an overarching document to cover any applications or amendments to your license of occupation for the boat launch. We could probably expand the the uh,
I wouldn't want to expand it or include it if it's going to slow the process down.
no,
Or if it's going
it wouldn't slow it
restrict
down.
us.
Yeah. I think we just might need to just show that recreational lease area near the boat launch a little bit wider out into the water.
Yeah.
Just to cover that this is the area that the boat launch will extend into the water.
And we would still have to go through all the approvals and all of that
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, because we do see that as an area of concern that we have to address probably in the next year or two. So
Yeah.
I wouldn't
And
want this to stop any of that because all of a sudden now we've
No.
said it's tested or it's conservation and now we're going into it.
No, if I were with the province, I would say, the White Sands has this shoreline management plan and they've identified where their one boat launch will be. They're clearly not, coming back in 2 years with another boat launch somewhere else. That they thought about how this relates to the rest of the shoreline. And there's some guidance here on boat launch, construction and materials. They've clearly thought this out.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
All right.
Paul, any questions?
No, I will take this away and look
Yeah.
at it, provide comments on it, but I think it seems like it's a good step forward and getting closer to something that we can all feel comfortable with. And I really like the balance that appears to be coming in on this in this version of it.
Okay, thank
Good.
you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brad. We'll be working back and with you through administration, and I'm sure it'll be back and forth. I would like to, so timelines, I mean, we want to get this done sooner rather than later, but we'll go.
We
with
will
the
make the
date.
changes as soon as we get them from council.
Okay,
Okay,
Thank
perfect.
you.
When you submit something, I'll just try and
Yep.
get it over to Brad.
okay, thanks, Brad.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
You too. Thanks.
Okay, do we need a motion to
Yeah,
accept that
As information,
as
yeah.
information?
Yeah,
Okay,
put the name on
I'll
it.
make that motion.
Okay.
All in favor? Okay. No other delegations, bylaws and policies, Parks and Rec Committee.
That was my first
Come up
read.
with a draft. That's all I got.
Okay. Leona,
Well,
we had a discussion and
And that's fine, because this is first draft.
This is the first draft,
and
okay.
I'm glad, I don't wanna go too far down the road when we may have other options that without getting as formal as this.
Yeah, my concern is that, one, does it have to be a formal committee like this? Two, we already have an events and recreation body within the village that is coordinating all of this. This isn't about capital, this isn't about, that's all somewhere else, but we already have that events committee in the form of the Hall Society, White Sands Community Hall Society. And how do we incorporate them into this a little bit more than what we actually have at this point in time? I know that we have one Hall Society member on here.
Mhm.
I would suggest that we have two and maybe two members at large.
Okay.
And we also send this to the Hall Society for their input so that they have some input as to, yeah, this is a good idea, or no, this is something that we could do, or whatever. Yeah, it's good for information and it's good for a start.
So you
But
want
I think-
two, so we're gonna have one council member.
Well, just a
two-
minute,
Okay.
No, that's just what I.
Oh,
that's
yes,
my
okay.
voice.
It's the discussion.
Okay.
So the overall, are we not, and I apologize, because I thought Hall Society, Hall events, activities focused around this area. But the Hall Society also puts on the Jack's Pond activity. They also get involved with, the skating that in the areas and
Yeah.
stuff. So they are, in fact, a recreation and Hall Society committee. So do we need to create a whole nother animal, or would they be willing to, and this is not, I don't want to put extra activities onto their already busy time, but would it not be appropriate to go to them and say, we would like your feedback and help us prioritize some of the recreation related and parks and recreation related activities. I mean, we're talking about something at Jack's Pond. We're talking at something the hall. We're talking this building right beside us here, the maintenance. Perhaps something in the hillside. It is stuff that they could bring forward and work with us. The council, our counselor could be involved or should be involved in working with them. I would like to say, do we need all of this? I mean, the information is good in that this is what we're looking for. We're for some advisory capacity, provide recommendations, and then support some of the priorities that we've identified. And do we need a whole nother committee, or is this committee the Hall Society? I don't know if that's a bit different than the approach we've taken here, but maybe we're trying to build something that is not needed to that level.
Thinking for an official capacity, I think it still needs to be the bylaw, but you could definitely say like if an extension. So if you have the Hall Society and then have one of you sit on it, just have to change the members or whatever, right? Because you're still kind of looking at this, but you need someone to keep coming back, even if it's quarterly.
The
To say
feedback loop.
the
Yeah.
feedback loop, right?
Both
'Cause
ways.
obviously
Both
they
ways,
can't,
yeah.
both ways. So this is like someone, whoever, I'm gonna pick on Leona. Leona is the member. So when she goes to their meeting, she said this is what Kyle's is kind of looking for, and then Leona will bring back in her reports is this is kind of like it can happen that way. It just has to be official. So you still will need this bylaw. So you can maybe just you can change the members. And then
So
any
when
members
this-
are large.
When this recreation committee meets
Mhm.
4 times a year,
Yeah.
there's nothing that prevents them from adding in additional people for input during their meetings, is there?
They can do whatever they want. It's just a structure of who's going to be sitting on this and who's gonna bring back
Yeah.
recommendations to council for consideration. We don't wanna reinvent the wheel. The problem is the communication's not there. So, and we're not
Or
have
consistent from
consistent.
both sides.
From both sides. So, and when you structure something like if the Hall Society has already where a member of council is already, like normally I've seen where historical society was made, there's a member of council sits on there, that member of council sits and brings back information to council, but also directs that board that if there's a request to the municipality, please put it in writing. And then it gets submitted, right?
Which the Hall Society just did at a recent meeting. It's in my meeting.
Yeah.
It'll be in my meeting reports. They actually sat down and we had a discussion. Okay, I'm now a counselor and I'm a Hall Society board member.
Yeah.
Do you want me to stay on as a board member? And they said, yeah, we want you to stay here and you're the communication, you're the link between us and the council. So they already recognize that communication has to happen.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm questioning, like, do we need a whole nother committee? Cause that's another committee over here. And then you got the Hall Society here. Can those be combined in some way, shape or form? And I think maybe they can be combined.
Yeah.
by increasing the Hall Society participation in this. And these would be separate meetings from the Hall Society meetings where they're talking about their event planning.
Mhm.
That's a different thing.
Yeah.
But these would be where we're focused on what additional events or recreation opportunities could we have within the village.
Exactly.
And
Capital items too, right?
Yeah.
Like-
well, yeah, capital items,
Prioritization.
prioritization of what it is
Yeah.
and what capital that they want. And then I think that it might work. It might work. I just don't want to create two separate entities that are warring with each
Yeah.
other.
I think a good opportunity for this, whether it's the Hall Society or separate committee or some combination of it though, is to look at that. We have that, restricted reserve that needs to go towards parks or green space.
Yeah.
To have that as part of the mandate
Yeah.
to come up with a vision of how we might spend that over the next 5 or 10 years or something like that, so that we can put a bit of a roadmap forward for that capital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Our vision of it.
You guys have kind of looked like, go back to a strategic plan that you guys did too, that can definitely, like it's kind of said to kind of put that to you to go into the committee and kind of look, cause another one was this area.
Yeah.
What do you want to see in this
Yeah,
area?
an overall
Yeah.
picture of it.
Yeah.
And they're probably better situated to provide that advice than anybody.
Yeah.
Because they're involved in all those events and things that occur here, and they would have that knowledge. You know,
Yeah.
there isn't enough parking, there's too much parking, there's, you know, there needs to be a better hill development, there doesn't need to be. They can come up with that because they've experienced all those over the years.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Either way, it's, the communication has to open up. I think sometimes you're right, we have things, we've been operating in a bubble and we're trying to get out of that bubble to make sure that communication gets opened up. There's more kind of consultation and review of things that come to council for you to think about, consult. But it's moving a process forward.
So this, moving forward, Leona, would you be
Yeah.
able to talk to them about the idea of them being that group? And once, if they want to take that on, which I think they might, but if they want to take that on, then we would redraft this. So I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
think
we
you
need,
still want.
we'd almost need to table this then.
Motion to table.
Yeah.
And the direction should be that you are going to give it to one of your counselors to take back to the
To
Hall
discuss.
Society for
Yeah.
feedback and consultation information back, so that you guys know
Yeah.
what their feedback is.
I like that better.
Yeah,
That
that's-
this seems, yeah, we're creating something that maybe is not
No.
necessary.
If you can, like I said, you still need the bylaw of the committee, but if it's taking and just officiating a
pre-existing, yeah.
pre-existing one, perfect. If you want a few members at large that aren't on the commit, aren't on the Hall Society, great. But I think like Leona's already on it, they already said she would be a great council member, she'd be sitting on it, right?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
she would bring back anything.
So
in her
Leona's the
reports.
liaison,
Yeah, she's a communication then.
because the whole decision-making process is all of council. Ideas come forward, but you all discuss it and you make a decision.
And I think a lot of the rest of it is not onerous. You know, like the rest of what you put together.
So-
But I like Paul's idea of saying, okay, here we have this Parks and Rec Reserve.
Mhm.
And as a committee, this Parks and Rec Reserve, you need to come up with some sort of a plan, present that to council, and then council makes the decision on whether or not it's viable or it's,
Yeah,
you
I
know,
I
whatever.
still think you
But-
need like long-term members, that's why I kind of said 2 years. Then like if Leona after 2 years, maybe Paul wants to go sit on it or whatever, Dan, right? I
Yeah.
think it's still nice and it's kind of in the middle of a term for you guys, that you could switch if you wanted.
But I think this is also opening up, the problem has always been that there's been
Consistency.
decisions made of council and nobody really knew about it. So the consultation process
Needs
needs
to
to
go back.
start working into it. So when ideas come forward, we figure out a consultation way of just reaching out and saying, this is what's being considered. and seek that extra additional feedback other than a small census group.
Well, I think
that
we
make
need,
sense?
yes, and I think we need to provide them not only with what that municipal reserve set aside must be used for, what it can and cannot.
Yeah.
And I think it's fairly broad, so I don't know how restrictive it is, but give them that, give them, this is kind of the amount spread over a number of years, it's not all to be.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is, I guess it's their advising.
Yeah.
And then the last thing is, what areas are we talking about? It is municipal reserve areas. It is the green spaces, if you will. It's Jack's Ponds, it's the fire lanes, it's
Yeah.
Outlook Hill,
It's
it's the
With your
parks.
shoreline.
And it's this area here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
what's their vision for this area here? I know that's a pretty big mandate, but I think we start with that.
Yeah.
And maybe we go, we're not gonna accomplish it all in year one,
No,
but
and that's not the point either, Councilman Shamir, this is your long-term planning as well.
Yes, I think starting with the big picture is exactly what we've been missing.
So if,
Yeah.
I like the motion to table and I'd be happy to make that. And I will take this back to the Hall Society to get feedback.
When do you wanna bring it back?
Put that all in the resolution.
Please can I bring it back in June? Because I know that this is gonna take me a little bit
Yeah.
to get everything else. The other part of that is, if you can get me some mapping and maybe the definitions of the reserve areas,
fun.
the fund that is available.
Yeah, we'll put that together.
And this does not preclude it does not preclude recommendations for capital budget items outside of that reserve. Because,
Correct.
yeah,
Because it could still be, they could still say, well, we really need a sign for activities and upcoming events. That wouldn't be necessary. It could be, I don't know, but if it doesn't fit there, that doesn't preclude that they can't talk about that, or they,
right,
we can still
because
look at
that's still
other
a
funds.
request to council that we can look at
Correct,
our
yeah.
capital budget.
Reserve capital and or other capital.
Yeah.
It can be
Right.
both,
Yeah.
These
Yeah.
are just
Okay.
recommendations that come in. It still comes down to council prioritizes.
Well, they would help with the prioritization. It would still be up to council to say, there is money for this, but there is no money for that, and it's still, the decisions have to be made by council.
But we can also say, okay, there may not be money currently this year
But
for that, but it may be able to be budgeted for a future year. So again, it facilitates their long-term planning. And the other question that I had about this was the opportunity for fundraising within the community. That's not mentioned in this
Nope.
bylaw anywhere.
That is where any community group could take on a fundraising initiative. They do it in other community
We
groups.
need it in the tour though.
That should be in that whatever group, because you could have, say you have a disc golf.
I
disc
think-
golf
yeah, but I
person, they come in and they say they want to do a fundraiser and they would, do you have any projects? That's where you could turn around and, we have some projects, you could pick one of these that you could fundraise for.
So having it in the terms of reference, the opportunity for them to initiate fundraising activities.
Yep.
Does it need council approval? Does it not need council approval?
Very good.
That's the only thing. Yes, I believe it should be in the terms of reference somewhere if we're going to have a separate bylaw.
We'll review
Anyway,
that for
but-
you guys
Yep.
and
Yeah.
take a look, but I think when it comes down to any group or any community member who says, hey, I wanna donate. And I'd like to donate to something that would be like, say,
a bench.
I wanna donate to the event, an event signage.
Yeah.
Then it just comes to council and then you can approve and say, here, you set up the guidelines and just let them go.
Okay.
It's covered.
Do you wanna read what you got back? Yeah, I mean, it's rough, but let's
Yeah.
get something.
Moved by whoever to table.
Leona said she was moving it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the bylaw, or to table bylaw 221-26 Parks and Recreation Committee, and have Councillor Thorogood take the bylaw to the Hall Society to review and bring back for June regular council meeting. Administration will provide mapping definitions of the restricted Parks and Rec Reserve amount of said reserve for Council of Thorogood to provide to the Hall Society for review. That's, I thought,
Okay, that's a mouthful.
And,
yeah,
yeah, I don't actually like it, but.
Well, we
That's
will
for you
approve
guys.
it with some small massages, how's that? But I think the
That's the
intent is
idea.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Um,
think it should be that you table,
Mhm.
that you're gonna forward it to the recreation or whatever.
The Hall
Hall
Society.
Society for review and comments and it be brought back to council.
Yeah, I want their discussion, I want them to have a discussion on it, and if they feel that this is a good thing and they want to be involved, then great, if they don't, then we need to.
Then we know
Yeah.
where we wanna
Then we
go.
know where they stand and where we stand.
But I think the feedback and comments is what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay, so all in favor of that motion? Okay, moving on, to request for decision on amendment to, or amend the fees and services bylaw.
Yes.
Do you want to update on what that is?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, so I did, where is my, when I,
This is only Schedule A.
this is only Schedule A, yeah, so this is
Yeah.
the actual fees and whatnot, so. Where's the one where I did?
So you, so golf cart, so what you did in red in that Schedule A
Yes.
is what you're updating.
Yes. So it kind of did like for like RV permits, we're already getting them in already this year, so we figured like for next year and the year after, we can increase the rates.
If you.
If you decide, same if you wanna, for temporary RV permits, there's a fee just per request. Not by per
Unit.
unit, just by per request, so the amount was it say $30?
Yeah, we get a lot of requests.
Yeah,
How many did we have?
Sorry.
last year was very much, or it was very, but in years we had like 30, so I said, so if we go to number 4, my RFD, recreation vehicle RV fees updated, if you go to the proposed change, the second one, enters temporary RV fee, $30 per request. So that can, if someone uses that 3 times a year as per your bylaw, it's $60 for the year. It's not per unit. It still takes time for me to review and to issue permits. And then we also have someone who goes around and does like the RV check. And it also helps to field complaints as well when they come in, because we're keeping track of RVs. Like after May long, it's weekly, we check. And so if any complaints come in, then we can go in and say, okay, that's where it's at, and then talk to those people.
Also,
And then
it
make notes.
helps to educate that they
Yeah.
do have a permit, so, and we try to educate them on making sure you keep all your parking within your property, keep your RVs within your property, it's just those kind of things.
So I'm having a family reunion and I've got 3 RVs that are coming
Yeah.
to stay at my place that weekend. I come and get a $30 permit.
Mhm.
That covers all 3 RVs for that weekend.
Yeah.
And then they all have to vacate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
after the
I
time.
did exactly that last year, but I didn't have to pay anything, and I thought, well, that's kind of weird, like, I have to notify them
Yeah.
and get permission, if you will, but there was no fee attached.
Yeah.
So now there's a fee attached of $30, which
Yeah.
I don't think is onerous.
No.
And in 2025, we had 16, in 2024, so it all depends on the time of season. Years, we had 30.
Yeah.
Okay,
I guess if I start at the very beginning, I just change the NSF return to returns, not just checks. And then just standard, if I get one a return, if it's on tips, if it's on a check or whatnot, then it's a $10 fee per return that would be issued. Again, that helps with consistency, predictability, and supports my time to go through the process. Let them know, hey, it didn't go through, we need to schedule, or I need a new check or whatnot, so, and which is pretty consistent.
So we've never had NSF fees
We
before.
did as per bank fee, which I don't usually find out with my bank fees until like 2 months later.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Isn't it $25 for NSF, or how much is it
Not
for
anymore.
NSF?
No, they changed it, so federally, banks can only charge up to $10.
Oh, okay, well then,
And
they put
then,
it up to $10.
Then-
yeah, so
that's where
that's,
it's
I
at.
have $10.
Yeah.
I just kept it at that, but also with that law, for, it can be whatever for the business or whatever, right? So I just kept it at whatever the federal had done
Yep.
at $10.
Yeah.
Your
Golf cart permit, I just wanted to ask you
Yes.
that. So once somebody gets an $80 golf, is that in perpetuity?
No, every year.
every year, yeah.
But if you lose that permit during
That
the
sticker?
year, the
Yeah.
sticker, you gotta
Yeah.
charge an extra $5.
But-
Yeah, so
yeah.
that's okay.
Because we actually ordered stickers this year, so
Yeah.
this is just a re.
So I'm just wondering, golf cart permits, $80 annually for golf cart.
That
Yeah.
should be annually.
It should say annually in there.
Hey, we'll make sure.
This is your pretty stickers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
that's $50 you got in your
Yeah.
car.
I got a question. I think the
annually.
hall rental should say hall event rentals.
All event rentals.
Because I think they're now saying, oh, well, okay, we're gonna charge the yoga $30 an hour to use it.
Yeah.
It's not the rental, it's the event
event.
rental.
All event rentals.
It's
Or
the word
third party
or
rentals?
third party or something that says, you know, if we're charging a
Yeah.
fee, that's for weddings or outside activities. It's
Yeah.
not for our internal. I
I like saying event rather than third party
Yeah.
because if a resident wants to have a wedding,
it's still
there's still.
It's still-
first party.
So let's just put
Event.
all event rental.
Okay.
Okay,
And so $30 per hour with setup and cleanup,
Yeah.
or a day rate or a weekend rate. Are those on par with what's currently being?
Right now, we had to go and take a look at other community halls because we didn't have a lot of stuff for this hall. So we
so
did
the
a
current
comparison.
one for like the hall, cause it was like $150 for the day. They didn't have an hour rate, and Melissa and I kind of went back and forth. It was like someone like me, I have like a side business. If I want to go do a group Reiki in the hall, I don't want to necessarily pay for $170 for day fee when it's only gonna take me 2 hours to do the event. So then I would just pay $60.
And there can still be another event in the evening.
Exactly.
Because you haven't rented the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so that's where the hourly rate, the
Yeah.
day rate at 175, is that comparable to other?
Roshan
Oh.
Sands is I took the time frame. We're lower than Roshan Sands because we have smaller capacity.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think I
Okay.
went up $25 from what the hall has right now.
and if it's a
Um,
wedding and they wanna rent it the whole weekend,
Weekend.
Friday to Sunday?
Yeah,
it's
$400. And if you want additional days to like decorate or whatnot, then it's $100 per day you need it. So if
So
you
that
say,
Friday, 12 PM, that is at noon on
Yeah.
Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
and 4 p.m.
do
on
we
Sunday.
need to charge them a decorating day fee? If they come in and, you know, tidy up and put up a few decorations, is that
Or
normal?
storage, yeah, that is normal. As a Roshan also.
So
does
that
it.
would be Thursday. They would want to rent it the Thursday
Thursday.
as opposed to the
Cause you wanna
Friday.
set up.
Yeah.
Or they want to rent Friday morning.
Or they have a bunch of stuff that has to come in, and then other things like they can. It's also you can store things in there for your event.
Okay.
But if
Essentially,
you rent it for the weekend, you pay the weekend rate, and you get it at noon.
It's probably enough time. They
Yeah.
could either go with the hourly rate for the morning
Yeah.
on Friday or whatever. And there's
Yeah.
another issue that is attached to this, but we're just talking fees right now.
Yeah. So,
The day rate going to 10, don't most events go to like 1 in the morning?
so I just.
How does that, what
Oh,
happens if
I
they go
just
past
told
10
from
o'clock?
other ones. Well, then you could do an hourly rate or pay another. You pay another $100 because you want to clean up too.
I would
Just have a day rate, period.
Is
No
day
time.
rate, period.
Okay.
24 hours or 10 AM to midnight or something like that.
I think a day rate would encompass just about all of those circumstances, wouldn't you? They're not gonna come in at midnight to start decorating.
No, I was
And
thinking
they're-
ending at midnight though, instead of 10.
Yeah.
It's not like we're gonna check that somebody.
Well, and I-
30 anyways.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna
So
come
if
in
you're
and
gonna-
check it.
I just think it should say day rate 175.
Yeah.
I don't think we need to
Okay.
define that.
Okay,
We're not gonna punish somebody if they come in earlier.
At 9 AM
Or
or
they stay a little later.
or stay
Let's
until
just-
midnight, yeah.
Okay, security deposit, that I think is a good idea.
Yes.
Um,
and
And
we
then,
only want it in check or cash
Yeah.
because we don't wanna do EFTs, we don't wanna do anything.
Easier to give back.
Easier to give back, and it doesn't create a burden of saying we want to pay it online through the thing, and then they're gonna pay additional costs, we don't wanna do
Yeah,
that.
with their fees and service, if I like to do e-transfer, then it's an additional $5. It's just easier, especially if it's a check. I'm gonna hold that check. If everything's good, I'm just gonna either give it back to you,
Right,
you
tell-
tell me to
void
rip,
it.
yeah, void it, rip it up and, right? just easier that way.
Like if somebody wants to really pay, using their credit card and pay the additional fees, we'll probably.
Well, it's up to you,
It's
but
up to
let's
them, we
leave
just
that
don't
in there.
wanna make
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
only thing is holding a check allows them the opportunity to put a stop payment on that check.
Unfortunately, in
Yeah.
our day and age, there is no foolproof.
No.
That, I think the rest of it looks pretty good.
okay.
Okay,
Um,
I had a question on the RV fees, so, for the seasonal RVs, used to be 600, we
Mhm.
lowered it to 300.
Before at COVID, it was lowered apparently. It's not quite there here at that
Yeah.
time. And then just has stayed at 300 for since then.
And then it was waived 1 year of COVID, I don't know, it's very confusing, but at some point it was $600. Now it's $300, so we're looking at, we're in the season already. But we could build in, if you wish to have it increase in 2027, what would you like to see?
I think that's a good idea. I'm wondering, is there any reason not to go back up to that 600 that we had historically? I know, I think from my perspective, we want to do things to incentivize development of properties, increase our tax base. Charging a lot $300 still makes the tax that, the land tax plus the $300 that RVs are owning far less than what a permanent structure is. Should we?
They would get the minimum per lot charge,
Yeah.
Which is 850.
$850.
Yeah.
And then if it's just a bare lot with nothing on it, that's it. That's all they would pay.
Plus the
But-
requisitions.
Plus the requisition stuff, yeah. But, and then if they put an RV on it, it would be this additional,
Yeah,
which is still very inexpensive, but, and you're
So
right.
they're talking about, like with that, it's probably gonna be closer to 12 to 1,500 with the requisitions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
those
probably
ones are
$100.
about there. Yeah.
I would say probably you're looking at about $1,000 and then they pay. their
1,200,
permit fee.
Yeah.
Yeah, so around 1,300 is
Yes.
what it's gonna cost them for the year. So $100 a month to have an RV on there, cause that doesn't restrict them just to summertime. They can
No,
have that.
it's all year.
It's
That's
year
the
round.
storage, that's the whole
technically-
9 yards.
Yeah.
Technically, people should be paying like in January, especially if they're storing. We don't. I have 2 checks before that, and then some. Probably beginning of April, whatever I get for my second check here. I'm gonna invoice people who I haven't got any applications for. I already got a few applications already this year.
and approximately how many RV permits did we do last year?
We can look at that
50
for you.
something?
50?
I thought it was close to 50.
And we are having some new structure development, probably on 1 or 2 of them, so that'll.
Yeah, once,
Yeah.
yeah.
I personally would favor going back up to that $600. Whether we do that in one step, I agree, it's too, start
Can't
this
do it
year,
for 2026.
do it for 2027, if we wanted to step it up over 2 years, $150, $2027, $150, 2028, so it's not.
And it
as
brings
big
it
a
back
thing.
to the 600. We
So,
took it away.
And maybe,
why?
maybe we'd be done in 2028, or maybe we go up another 150 in 2029, I don't know. I think $300 is low.
Do we know why council elected to go down from the 600 back to down to the 3?
I don't, I
We
can't.
don't have
speak
that
on it.
historical?
I would probably have to go back.
I have no problem, so I think if we have that purpose, I think,
I'd like to build it in so that it's set, because then this.
Yeah, that's why I have like the years.
To educate.
do we wanna go right back next year, right back to the 600, or do we wanna do it, step
Gradually.
it up, or?
Do
we care?
450 and then 600.
Okay.
Either way, I think,
I'd highly recommend, you're gonna have your ones that are going to give you a little bit of structured criticism over this.
Mhm.
You might wanna do it as a progression, like,
Yeah.
I would say, if you wanna do $100 next year, so it goes from 300 to 400. And then another 100 the next
No,
year.
I think it's gotta be more
150
aggressive now.
I think
agree with you.
150 and then 600.
I wanna
So
go,
you want it to increase by 150 in 2027 and 150 in 2028 to a maximum of 600?
At
Well,
this point, yeah.
At this
Does
point,
that go-
and, that, you know,
I liked your earlier
later too,
one.
we can look at whether we
450
stop
and
at
650.
600 or
Yeah.
maybe ultimately go up to 750 or something.
You can
Well,
review
450
this
and
every year.
600.
The last.
450 next year, 600,
Okay,
Okay,
or why not go to 650 with cost of living?
so
Well, we
20,
that-
we can always do another increase in 2028
Okay,
Yeah.
or
So
2029.
450 and
2029,
600.
yeah.
so 2027 it goes up to
And maybe ultimately
450.
then it'll be
Yep.
750 and
and that gives time to educate people.
Yes.
Too. So for last year I had, if we minus out, because I think I said 16 temporaries last year, I had 39
Yeah,
regular permits. And that's, you do have less than 10 properties that still are allowed 2 RVs as well, so just FYI on that one as well.
Cause that's grandfathered in.
Yeah,
Yes.
so once they decide not to pay anymore, or it changes through land titles, like it changes hands, then it goes off.
Then it goes off.
It goes off.
I did notice that.
We started
one-
at 18. but
One
we
of the
got-
properties that was up for sale, we're advertising that you can put 2 RVs on here. They can, but as soon as it's sold, they can't. So
That's right.
Not
that's
for
a
the whole
little
season.
falsy advertising, and I think we
Unfortunately.
we can't do anything about it, I suppose,
No.
but
And it's now, that was when they're asking privately, now I see it, I think it's being sold by a realtor.
so as long as the realtor would know the
Yeah.
rules. Okay,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and if they weren't advised, they're gonna find out that this is how it is.
okay, as
Yeah.
long as that's clear,
They can
which
have,
I think it is.
they can have a trailer, an extra trailer on for 30 additional days, just let me know in writing that is gonna be there 3 times a year.
Yeah,
It's a $30 fee.
Yeah, I can, yeah.
Oh, that pretty much covers all the summer months. So for another $90, they can put the second RV on.
Yeah.
Then
So
you're
that-
back to your 700.
So that works, so that works for the
Yeah.
people have the 1 RV, and that's same with the 2 RV, and then you also have. Also, they can have up to 4 RVs, including their own, on their property up to a maximum of 5 days.
Yes.
So for that, that would be the extra, the other $30 request as well.
and the reason we track this is because it's to calm things when
Yep.
somebody comes in and says, how come?
Yeah.
Because they
No,
can,
I think
and we
these,
track it.
Okay, so we're saying for 2027 is 450, and then 28 is 600.
Yeah, going back to the original rate that you had, unless there was some overriding reason as to why it got dropped.
So many fees were dropped and paused
And
through
paused,
COVID. That was a
yeah.
pretty common thing.
Yeah.
You know, just thinking outside the box, I think this is maybe something for future discussion, but you know, if there is pushback on this reintroduction of the higher fees, you know, we could look at ways to offer carrots as well on development of permit, like say if somebody does a development permit to take a RV lot to a full structure, we would refund the previous 2 years of RV permits or something like that, just a little bit of an incentive.
You
For
have to
people
be
to say-
careful because your budgets are annual, right? So now you're gonna dip into revenue that's already gone.
True, but you know, we get a development permit fee
I
out of
think,
it and future tax revenue. I don't know, I'm just thinking.
I think the
I hear
incentive,
what you're
the
saying,
incentive's already there.
it's here.
The incentive is there, this is getting more expensive, I might as well put a,
And they still
Permanent
use the
structure.
same infrastructure, still use
Yes.
it from,
And-
they're
and
still.
That's
Or
what
it's
I'm thinking, you
Yeah.
know, there.
Yeah. And we will start educating people this year, just once you pass your fees for service bylaw, we'll start doing the education of please be aware that moving forward, there will be some increases.
there is some increase.
Yeah.
Okay,
And there will be other increases and.
And it'll give them time to think.
yeah, and that will, I think, help a little bit. I mean, like, 50 permits, 150 a year, that's $7,500 or something like that. That might help to offset some of the mill rates.
This is a nice way of building towards your additional other revenues in a different way.
Well, and I think the community concept is they do not want to see this becoming a RV park.
Right.
And so this is this is in alignment with what the community vision is that it's not an RV park.
Yeah.
Although it still allows people to come as they're developing into something.
So my only question is this doesn't address park models? Is our
That's your
park,
land use.
That's under your land use.
and okay, are park models considered an RV under the land use bylaw?
They won't even allow it.
Has to be has to be a minimum of 24 feet wide.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we haven't, the land use bylaw is still to come. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they,
But
Their
it
main
already
use is small.
states in there you can.
Oh,
have park
right,
models.
but we're looking at making some amendments to that land
Yeah.
use bylaw, so
Yes. Right.
park
Either-
models would be addressed in that land use bylaw, okay.
It's
All right,
either you want
so
to
then I know where it's
review
at.
or big review.
Yeah.
Okay.
We already said small review.
okay,
Yeah, that's
so motion to accept.
And the
With
expert fee, you're
amendments.
good too?
Yeah, with
Okay.
amendments.
With
There's an
amendments.
expert, we stuck in an expert
Oh, yes,
fee,
yes.
so
If
we
we get charged something first,
those invoiced.
it goes to them.
Yeah.
For their.
Okay, so with the amendments, we did hall event rentals. And then we did for the RV rate was 2027 at 450, and then 2028 was 6,000.
And taking out
600.
Oh, 600, sorry, 600, there is
Oh,
a
you scared me.
sorry,
And we don't.
there's a decimal there.
And taking out the times on the day rate.
Yes. And the times that, yeah, I had that scribbled, sorry.
Okay, I'll make that motion.
So
All in-
are we, hold on, are we doing all three readings at once?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so then between second and third reading, y'all have to unanimously vote to proceed to third, just.
Okay.
FYI.
Okay,
So first reading, all in favor?
yes.
First
Okay,
reading with the
any
amendments.
discussion? Second reading with the, well, with the amendments as well, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All in favor?
Yes.
Motion to proceed to third reading? All in favor?
Yes.
Okay.
And third reading, all in favor?
Who's doing the third?
I'll do the third.
Okay.
Passed.
I'm not following.
All right, so I'm saying Leona's doing the
It's-
first
it's-
one.
Paul did the second,
Yeah.
And Paul did the third.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
and you did the unanimous.
And I
Dan
did
did
the
the
unanimous, there you go.
unanimous.
We're all in there.
Proceed. There we go.
Okay, I think that was good, nice, simple, but still effective little things.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's now move into the, sorry, I gotta get back down to the, yeah,
have an agenda.
community standards bylaw. So this deals with unsightly premises, nuisance and noise. And what did we do here? different?
Okay, well, I had to relook at it because we've been doing some changes in our bylaws, right? So since the community standards bylaw from 2023 was adopted to regulate a broad range of matters.
Yeah.
And since its adoption, the Summer Village has implemented more specialized bylaws like your fire control, your traffic bylaw, your land use bylaw, use of public lands bylaw. So as a result, several provisions within this bylaw overlap with the newer bylaws.
Okay.
And so it's duplicating, and can create potential for inconsistent interpretation and enforcement. So this now is a bit of a more modernization. So the bylaw is modernization, expansion of regulation. The revised bylaw focuses specifically on property condition, which is unsightly premises, nuisance impacts, and noise. Remove subject areas now governed under other bylaws like the fire regulation, vehicle operation, parking, because that's in traffic. Land use and development is in land use bylaw, and use and occupation of municipal land, that's in the use of public lands bylaw. So just bringing everything more into alignment. So proposed bylaw has been reviewed against the public land use bylaws, which regulates the unauthorized use, storage or replacement of materials, vehicle access and parking on public lands, construction, dumping and alterations, that's all dealt with there. So we don't wanna regulate, revised community standards bylaw does not regulate the use of public lands, so, because we got that bylaw.
Yep.
And then instead focuses on the dumping and contamination, general cleanliness and condition. So it's just basically taking some of the other fluff that was overlapping with the new bylaws we have and just making it more concise.
One thing I noticed in the old bylaw specifically, there was a whole section on graffiti. And that's not mentioned at all in the new bylaws. That covered somewhere else.
Too sure it's graffiti an issue?
I don't think so.
Hasn't been.
Maybe because we had a good bylaw for it.
It does mention in here though that the graffiti has to be cleaned up, right?
Fine.
I didn't see that.
Oh, let me see.
I did read it, but I can't remember if
I think I saw that on the old bylaw.
it's in the old bylaw. Okay, that's where I read it.
Like, do we really have that kind of a situation?
No, we haven't, but I mean,
Maybe
if somebody were to graffiti the wall of the hall there, what
Then
do
we
do
would
about it?
have to take
we
care
would
of that.
turn around and be doing something to, we
Yeah.
would be repairing it or cleaning it.
This is more for private residences.
Yes.
Would somebody graffiti somebody's fence in a private residence? Could, I guess,
I mean, it's not a current issue in
in the current.
there,
state.
but we had it specifically in the old bylaw and we're removing it in this one and just,
Can you,
are we okay with that?
can you find,
I thought
Aaron,
that
can
it
you
was
find
kind
the
of-
reference to it? To
Yeah.
graffiti in the old one? I don't see the old one. in
Oh,
So I
the
think
one-
that's
The 19623 is the old one.
Yes.
96.
It had a whole section on it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a
there's-
section for.
Because
Oh,
they
right.
would have pulled a bylaw from another community,
Yeah.
which would have had lots of that stuff. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
focus more on
If
what's our
I saw it,
community
okay.
issues.
if we feel it's on there, littering might be another one, I'm not sure.
Do you want me to add it in? Cause I can. This is just a draft.
I'm
I
hoping for
just
discussion on it.
Unsightly premises, those kind of things, those are things that I have received complaints on. So I want to be able
We're
to,
going to draft it and we're going to have this as a new bylaw. I think it needs to be addressed, both your littering and your grandfathering.
For the
and-
future.
For the future,
Yeah.
because we don't know that maybe 2 years from now, somebody comes and graffitis,
Yeah.
whatever, right? So,
It's up
I
to-
would say yes, it should be in here. I don't know if it needs to be in
As
here
it's-
to the extent that it was
Correct.
in the old one, but it probably
Yeah,
should
the
be
old one
in
did
here.
go a little bit overboard on
Yeah,
Yeah.
spitting and urination and that sort of thing.
marking, scratching, etching.
so you would like to add in, do you have a section for graffiti?
Not even a section, a definition, and then the words, graffiti must be removed, sort of thing.
Definition and.
Yeah, I think
What
that-
about, do you wanna deal with littering? Do I have littering? I think it's kinda under
Unsightly or not.
Well,
unsightly more.
unsightly premises, that's kind of your own property.
That's what we deal with, yeah.
You know, dumping graffiti and littering are kind of like off your own property things.
But this bylaw is for private property.
It's for private property.
That's right.
So would that be in a different bylaw then?
If you're dumping onto public lands,
Well, this-
That's on the public
This is-
lands bylaw.
it's on,
Yeah,
it's in
that
the
is a
public
different-
lands
that's a
bylaw.
public- You
Okay.
can't do this on the MR, you can't do that on the MR or public lands. You can't do these things on the MR. You can't litter,
You can't store
you
equipment.
can't store, you
Okay.
can't dump your tree branches.
Okay, so then
Yeah.
is graffiti and littering all better under that one?
This would be graffiti, if someone graffitis the
Graffiti.
front of your fence, you should remove it, and if it's some obscene language, then you are responsible to make sure that's removed. It has nothing to do with graffiti on the hall.
No,
This bylaw does not.
No,
Okay, so it's basically just saying it's your property,
If
if
somebody,
somebody graffitis on it, it's
you
still.
gotta remove it. It's still an eyesore, it's still unsightly, it still should be taken care
Okay.
of by
which
you.
is what kind of confused me, because really, if we look under the unsightly premise, you should just. Cause when somebody files a complaint, I need to have a little stronger things of what's unsightly. Cause everybody's interpretation is
Yep.
different for unsightly, right?
I think if you put it under the unsightly premises and nuisance, if you just simply add something in there to the form of graffiti and I don't know if littering actually needs to be in there.
It is in here, cause
No,
You're not gonna litter on your own property. If it is, it's garbage.
Yeah.
It's sitting there.
Well, and I think you've already.
Trash on your
addressed
own property would be covered by unsightly premises
Right.
and nuisance.
Yeah,
And then if littering off your property is covered in that other
It is.
bylaw, then
Yeah.
we're okay.
and then graffiti on your property. This one's gonna be a tough one for me. Cause if so-and-so decides they wanted to paint a mural on their house, is that graffiti?
No, there's definition graffiti in it. Someone
Yeah.
else
Okay.
do it, yeah.
Okay,
Well,
we'll
there's an
figure out
actual
a
definition.
definition and then
That's what I learned at Denver, cause there's a difference
Yeah.
between graffiti and like
You wanna-
art.
And then,
Paint a
Yeah.
rainbow on your fence. That's.
and then if
that's
the
your-
landowner wants to
Yeah.
pursue or press charges against whoever did the graffiti, that's
That's-
their own thing.
that's
That's
their own
civil
thing.
But
matter.
we're putting the responsibility on.
You
the
have to
landowner.
clean it up.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah,
all it is.
If someone did it to your fence, it has to be cleaned up.
That's
Okay.
all we're saying.
okay.
And
So
that
then
might
it's
fit under
reduced.
maintain structures, fences and improvements in
Yeah.
a safe and reasonable state of
Ah, there
repair.
you go. Graffiti refers to unauthorized writing, drawings, or markings made on public surfaces like walls, bridges, or trains.
Okay,
So this-
so
yeah.
under the definition of unsightly, then we might be able to just include
Yeah.
Unauthorized.
graffiti, graffiti.
Graffiti. And it has a definition of graffiti.
Yeah, okay,
So we're going to re-review and add in graffiti with a definition and where to situate it in the new bylaw.
okay.
Yep,
Make sense?
Yeah.
Any
Um,
other changes?
yep, I'm looking at noise.
Noise,
Where is-
okay,
What page?
This is on page 32, 5.2.
okay,
Whether noise is unreasonable or consideration is given, to time of day. I think you need to define that time of day. And I'm not so sure that 10 o'clock is reasonable, given that in the summertime, when all activity and most noise complaints happen, you may have daylight till 11 o'clock, so I'm thinking 11 o'clock would be cut off.
okay, and that's at 5.3, so you want us to change that between 11 PM and 7 AM?
Yep.
Perfect.
But, and that's mine,
Okay, yeah, 5.3 is just related to tools, equipment, or machinery.
yeah,
You're talking like. you know, the-
5.2.
5.2
priorities.
be time of day, so we'll
B
add
should
that
be,
in.
yeah, or
11
actually A, B, and C should be.
Yeah, so
um,
we should put the hours as 11 PM to 7 AM.
No, I think you need two types of hours is what they're saying. So 5.3 just talks about tools, equipment and
Yeah.
machinery.
Right?
The 5.2 should also have some sort of time frame.
Yeah.
Is
and
that
you-
what you're saying?
So 5.2 added time duration, the same as you would in
Correct.
5.3.
Except I want 5.2 to be to 11 PM.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. Yeah, you don't operate equipment and tools after 10, but if you're on the beach and then watching the sun go down.
yeah,
Having a fire and you got music going or
Not on
whatever.
the beach, not on the beach.
No, no.
No fires on the beach.
No fires on the beach.
So basically, you're
Yeah.
saying
Yeah.
that by 11 PM, you'd like it to be that start to quiet down, or do you
Yeah.
want it at midnight?
No,
No,
11.
11 is fine.
11 PM and between 11 PM to what time in the morning?
7 AM is
Sure.
fine.
7 AM?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
that's fine.
I just
Okay.
wanted it extended for the daylight hours in the summer. That's what I was
Okay.
looking for.
Yeah. No,
Um,
yeah.
It's just because,
okay, so 5.2 isn't restricted to just parties on the
Parties.
beach.
No.
5.2 is a general one. And then 5.
It can be on your own lot.
Yeah.
Well,
that's right.
exactly.
Yeah.
But, you know, it could be any types of noise.
Yeah.
5.2 can refer to parties, it can refer to
Yeah,
Music, whatever.
music, it can refer to tools.
So you've
so-
you've got one resident that has a band every year on their own property. They
Yeah.
just have to shut that band down at 11
Yeah,
o'clock.
that sounds
That's
fine.
reasonable.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, are we making the conflict, because in 5.2, we'll say in general, 11 o'clock, and then in 5.3, tools are 10. So there's a bit of a conflict there. Somebody's gonna say, is it 10 or is it 11 for me to operate this off?
yeah, I
It's still annoying, yeah.
wanna know, like, cause, yeah.
I think they should be the same.
Yeah.
Well, I think
I think
10:30
the
is, I'm
easiest-
gonna be pretty annoyed if my neighbor is running a jackhammer at 10:30.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be a little bit more forgiving if they're having the odd party. So I don't really, maybe we just make it all 11, but I'm not sure that's ideal either. Maybe 5.3 starts notwithstanding 5.2 above.
Yeah.
Power tools are 10 PM. Maybe that's what.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah, notwithstanding the above, because the above gives you that extra hour,
Yeah,
no power tools after 10, basically, which I like.
I think that's a good neighborly
Yep.
thing.
Yeah.
Don't go mow your lawn at 10:30 at night.
Yeah, that's really annoying.
Want to do, oh, I guess if it's.
No, it's not
But-
If
If
it's
damn
a-
neighbors are partying anyways, I might as well mow
Come
the
on.
grass because I can't go to sleep.
Right.
Repeat it, yeah.
If
Okay.
we're in a very dry season, you want as much moisture as you can.
Anything else? We've got noise, we've got litter, and we've got nuisance. That's good. Would this allow us to deal with?
So we'll do like the first reading and then come back with the amendments or?
Yeah.
Yes, I
Yes.
would like that because that's my the community standards was just give first reading, let the community see it and respond to, and let them respond to any concerns that they have with it.
Sure.
So first and second, or just first?
Just do
To
first
first.
and
With-
direct it back to administration to make the amendment.
Good.
And then bring it back to the next regular council meeting for further review and
Yeah.
And
final.
hopefully in the meantime, and can we communicate that that is if you're.
out there.
It's out
It's
there,
out there.
Yeah.
It'll be out there.
Yeah. so
Okay.
that if anybody looks at it and has something that they are just totally
Yes.
against, they'll let us know and then we can go from there.
Okay, and there is under Schedule A, there's a typo under subsequent as well. Page 34, I suppose. Okay, motion, Leona made that motion.
Okay.
To,
Approve the first reading with amendments and bring back to next council meeting in May.
Regular council.
yep. Okay, all in favor? Passed, okay, where are we at now? Oh, that was the 6.5, are we?
No, you did
Well-
6.3, so now you're at 6.4.
Which
Oh,
is
All right.
a hall rental and use.
Here's the draft that we kind of come up with.
Okay.
What page is that on? Sorry.
That's on
Is on
47.
page 47.
I can go there faster.
Bookmarks too.
Not sure how that will, you'll have to show me sometime, I just
Okay.
go to 47. Okay,
I always just minimize that because get more screen and then I have to
Oh.
bring it
We
back.
don't have the two screens.
I
that
just
you've got.
See, I just click on that and it takes me to the next.
okay, so this is the hall rental. Are we going to get confusion between multi-purpose room, activity room, hall room down the road? Or is this, right now, the hall is considered the multi-purpose room?
Right now, this is what it's
Okay.
considered.
Let's leave it there then. Okay, so what do we want to do here? This is because we're taking it over, the rental and the use, so we're taking it back over, I think is a more appropriate term. And, this is to put some rules and regs behind it, is that the idea?
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay,
And so I think discussion needs to happen around the questions that Melissa has here. If there are resident groups who have not paid for the rental, as we currently do, that needs to be defined differently because it could be a resident that is renting it for a personal use and they don't get it for free.
Yeah.
But the community groups do.
I was trying to figure out how I would write that out, but
So
yeah,
community user groups.
yeah.
community user groups.
Community- okay.
Yeah,
I
rather
think that's
than
how you
resident.
determine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, so that would be the yoga and the weights and the cards. What is that when they do a paint?
For the
night?
Hall Society.
What about a paint night?
So that's the only thing that I'm on the fence on. So paint night was sponsored by the Hall Society, but it was a paid event. So we had to pay the instructor to come there. So if someone is is doing a business opportunity, even though the Hall Society, but
It's no different than
It's
hiring
no-
a band for that.
yeah, it's no
summer
different
party.
than hiring a band, yeah,
Well,
exactly.
that's where we've got to, there should be
We
some
need to figure it
discussion.
out, cause that will be a question.
That
I
will be a
get.
question, yeah, exactly. So if it is a community user group sponsored event, no rent. If it is a rental,
I'm trying to,
A
hold on, I'm
business.
getting there, it's doing the.
well,
first
if it's
one.
a rental,
A
if
rental, okay.
if you rent it to have a wine tasting party,
The word for word.
No.
it's not a community
Yeah.
use, you're not a part of the
User.
community group, you're not part of the Hall Society or the Recreation Committee
Okay,
or whatever, but if you rent it to host a wine tasting event, there would be a charge.
If it's not a Hall Society sanctioned event, I'd say yes.
so is that what is that we're involving the Hall Society? So if the Hall Society does a paint night or a quilting night or whatever they do, we don't want to charge for that?
I would think not.
Or Christmas party, the New Year's party, those we shouldn't charge for. So we are coming to private.
Because they are,
Yeah.
those are public events.
Okay,
Those
so,
are public events.
so private, public. So is the paint a public?
Yes, anybody
Okay,
could go.
Is wine tasting a public?
No, because you would only have invited guests.
Would you? I don't know.
Well, I suppose you could approach the Hall Society and say,
Can you sponsor this?
yeah.
So
would you
they would,
sponsor this event?
so if they sanction it, there's no cost. If it's not an unsanctioned event, there's a cost.
Like if somebody just comes and says, I want to rent it, I want to.
So you gave me the event, so the notice or the example of the Christmas party and the New Year's party.
Oh, right, one was one was the other.
That's right. The Christmas party was open to the community. There is a charge for it because there's cost,
Yeah,
but it was open to the community. Its only limitation is first come, first serve on the
Yeah.
tickets.
Yeah.
Whereas the New Year's Eve party was a private held event and they paid rent.
they
for
did.
it.
Okay,
Yes.
well, that makes it fairly clear.
And it wasn't an open event.
It wasn't open
Public.
to everybody. No, I think it was
So-
a private.
It was a public party, yeah.
It was a private
Closed
party.
private event is the definition. Is that what we're looking for? Closed private events should be charged. Open public events should not be charged. Or user groups, like.
Yeah,
Community
still-
user groups.
Community user
I
groups.
still like the idea of, if we can, say Hall Society one, because otherwise I could say, well, I'm just gonna.
I'm a community user.
I'm gonna throw a big party and yeah, everybody can come. Yeah, you can come. Yeah,
So-
you can come.
So
Everybody
then,
can come.
then you're gonna have to have, so if it's a hall sanctioned one, we're gonna need something in writing from the Hall Society that this is sanctioned. This is a Hall Society thing.
Well,
and
it's booked by the Hall
Or
Society.
it's booked, yeah.
It's booked. The
Okay.
event is booked by the Hall
So
Society.
how do you, so we're just saying hall sanction, hall,
Hall
Society.
Society bookings are excluded.
Also. Yeah, and so they don't pay rent. That makes sense. What about damages? What if the damages are done at a Hall Society?
So that,
Yeah.
I think, needs to be addressed in here.
yeah.
If there is damage from a Hall Society event.
Or community
Or
user
a
group.
community user group. I think there needs to be some way
Some
that is covered by
So
the Hall Society.
So do they pay the deduct, or do they pay the $250? See, that's great for like a once, like
Yeah.
if it's a Christmas or the paint night or whatever, it's 200 or whatever, it's $250, that's easy. But if it's like the fitness or the cards, they're continuous.
Yeah.
So you just hold on to the $250
definitely.
exactly.
This is where we're having a real hard time trying to find that balance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Is it?
that's why the.
I mean, it seems unreasonable for those ones to charge it, but do you
But there
leave
is.
it, do you leave it to discretion for ongoing
Yeah.
rentals? Do you say at the discretion of the CAO and leave it up to you to say, yeah, it's reasonable that?
No, I don't think we charge it, but I think in the agreement, because you're asking each one of those user groups to sign an agreement.
Yeah, because we have a reoccurring group agreement.
Right,
They're
reoccurring,
responsible for
they're
damages.
responsible for damages.
Yeah, and leave it at that.
And leave it there.
Okay,
if you spill a can of paint on the floor and
or not
something has to
cleaned
be,
or
yeah,
things like
then
that.
they are responsible for damage or.
Cleaning
or
costs.
Cleaning costs.
Okay, so not asking for the damage deposit,
But they're
but you
responsible.
were still ultimately responsible
So
for damage.
for this, then.
And I kind of have that in the
Yeah.
agreement
Okay.
here. Okay, so if you go to
Reoccurring.
page 56,
On it, yeah.
which is the Schedule D for the multi-purpose room reoccurring group agreement.
Yeah, so I'm gonna change that to reoccurring community users group,
Sure.
because we already kind of
We'll do
said
that.
that.
So it acknowledges the group agrees that the use is limited to the approved schedule only, because they gotta start providing us a schedule,
Yeah.
because it makes it easier.
Oh, yeah, no,
Okay.
I agree.
The key holder is responsible for all participants. The facility will be left clean and ready for the next user after each use.
Yeah.
All requirements under this policy are followed for every use. Lockbox code will not be shared outside the group. The facility will be secured after each use. And then all fees and damage deposits, so we reference the fees for service bylaw, but rental fees and or damage deposits may be waived or reduced for recurring community groups at the discretion of the Summer Village.
I like that.
The only thing that I would put in there is I would eliminate all fees and damage deposit because we're not talking about charging them it, but I would put in the line above, right, after the facility will be secured after each use, I would put in any damage, or uncleanliness is their, like, it's their responsibility.
Well, kind of where fees or deposits are waived,
Next.
all responsibilities under this
Oh.
policy remain in full effect. And the group may be held financially responsible for any damages, excessive cleaning, or misuse of the facility. Failure to comply may result in loss of access.
Would
So that's their
you
consequence.
remove that all fees and damage deposit can be found because we're not charging them?
We're not charging it, so that very
That
first
one can
line.
be removed, that
Okay,
first one.
remove
So
it.
we'll remove that line.
And then the bottom says, yeah, you're responsible if you put a weight through the wall, you're responsible for fixing
If
it.
we're seeing an excess of not cleaning, or we're gonna have a sit down with them and say, look,
Yeah.
things you must follow, or we will have, actually, I will advise them that I'm taking this back to council.
Yeah.
And we will be looking at
Rescinding access.
rescinding access.
Okay, I like it.
That's good.
Because I'd prefer to just bring it to your attention, this is the issue, and this is what we.
Was that a single user rental agreement?
So I think that one covers.
So the one thing that is missing in there is, access to the storage shed, because that's where all the tables and chairs are stored. And there's a key for that storage shed, so that needs to be identified in this policy somewhere for the recurring user groups and for the
The private.
individual rentals.
Yep.
So that, we either have to put another lockbox on that storage shed.
Or we put them both together?
We'll put them both together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
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 Or like. say
We're gonna
key
change
holders.
the locks, and we're gonna do a lockbox system, and you're gonna have to sign an agreement. So
It
that,
includes it.
Yeah.
And
We'll
that
have it
lockbox will
together.
have those keys in there.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
So, but you just also need to mention about that storage
Yeah,
shed. It
it
has
needs
to
to
be, it has to be identified in here because that's
It
where
needs
the
to be.
tables and chairs have to
And it
go
needs to be orderly stacked and like
Yeah.
not
And
messy
locked
in.
at the end
and locked at the
Yeah.
end.
So
all
the
of it.
storage shed,
is part of the package, basically.
and
Okay.
that's where everything.
Then it could just be included in the checklist as well. Storage
Yeah,
shed
yeah.
order.
That's what I'm thinking. We'll just figure out a way to work it into here so that it
Did we
covers it.
resolve the public versus private event and the charge in the Hall Society? Did we
The Hall Society sanction, so the Hall Society books it, it's free of use. That's what it was.
Yeah, so it is going to mean that so the yoga, the exercise and everything else.
That's
is-
user groups,
That's a Hall Society user group.
okay? Does.
But the Hall Society is gonna have to claim that that's part of their, and I think they do, if I remember right, it's on there.
Well, I got a whole list of their
Yeah.
stuff this year, so I start with
Yep.
the ones that I know that the hall is definitely being used on those things, like the
Yeah.
Christmas, there's one at, oh, what was it? Pickleball? Their
Pickleball,
tournament?
yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if they're using that, the hall.
The only thing I use the hall for is I went and cooked hot dogs in there.
Okay, so,
Yeah, so it was not,
yeah,
it was not anything disastrous, but it
Yeah.
didn't use it at all.
But you guys have to remember that because if we're gonna be handling rentals and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah,
that
like
when people have, that's why when we change the locks, it's gonna be pretty limited now, and you're gonna have to.
so then there's a
Okay.
few flying
Okay.
around.
I got a pickleball tournament going on. Is there a possibility
Yeah,
that
I
I can use that hall for an
Yeah.
hour to
Yeah.
cook hot dogs?
And.
And let you know.
Yes, exactly.
And you
Yeah.
have to get it sanctioned by the Hall Society if you don't wanna.
Well,
pick it.
how-
Well,
List.
pickleball is sanctioned by the Hall
Okay,
Society.
disc golf
This
Disc
one,
golf.
yeah,
would be set, would either have to be sanctioned
Mhm.
or they pay to use the hall.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
yeah, so the, essentially, you know,
So
say
a
the Hall
snowmobile
Society-
rally,
Yeah.
let's say a snowmobile rally started.
Yeah.
If it was not a Hall Society event and it was a snowmobile rally put on by another
Yeah.
group
Or,
and they wanted to rent the hall, they would
They
rent the
would-
hall.
Yes.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
or council can choose to waive it. I mean, we did that for Bar Harbor.
Yeah, Bar
Yeah.
Harbor one, yeah.
We.
That's
and
a
then-
good
that's
exception.
goodwill-
Request
goodwill,
comes
we
in.
waived the rental on that.
Right, but that would be a written request from that organization.
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
council
And we'd
to
make
do.
an exception to these rules.
Yes.
Okay,
Alright, so we're talking about storage, so the key and then clean.
Okay,
So we'll add that and amend it,
I
just
think that's an
to,
access and lockbox.
and then the hall, it has to be a hall society.
Yeah, I have that written in the
Right.
front here, that's sanctioned, and I have the definition of like community user group.
okay,
Okay,
And hopefully that also creates a situation where the Hall Society gets some more volunteers.
yes.
Storage and.
Paul?
just two minor things, point 10, bottom of page 50, just the formatting, decorations and equipment didn't come through right, so just a minor thing to pick up. And then, 6.4, and on the checklist, just where it says reset thermostat, reset it to what?
Yeah.
I mean, or is there something on the wall that says please reset to,
Someone keeps
18.
taking it off.
okay.
I printed 10.
Just when I'm doing this or I'm doing the
Okay, what-
checklist, I'm saying, no, I don't.
What's the issue?
so I think what we're gonna do is moving forward, right
You're gonna
now,
have that Wi-Fi.
right now, this
Yeah.
isn't gonna
We're
be
gonna
a
have a
big issue.
programmable one anyway.
We're gonna work on that part,
And
yes.
it's locked, have a, like the key thing over it, so it doesn't get screwed around too much.
But I thought somebody can go and if they want to adjust it while
Yeah.
they're using it.
We're gonna come up with solutions, but
Yeah,
at this
something.
point in time, right now, we're just monitoring it. In the summer, we really don't care. It's in the winter is when we do care.
But so it conserves energy.
'Cause there's
Well, we
energy
don't
and
wanna
it's not
conserve
too
to a point
Or
of if
freeze
there was a
place.
power outage that we're in deep trouble.
We wanna make sure that we're both conserving
65
and.
Is what it is. That's what the
and-
sign says, it's 65 degrees, isn't it?
20 degree, whatever,
Or
trying.
20 degrees.
I know, we're different.
20 in the winter, we like to hold it at, so that if there was a power outage or something like that, we can maintain a level that won't freeze pipes or.
But the
something like that.
exercise group wants it cooler than that.
But no one's
Just
willing
one-
to come in earlier to turn it
Turn it
down.
down, yeah.
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 But we're not gonna worry about that, we just wanna make
Okay.
sure that we will figure things out moving forward, but there will be a certain.
Yeah.
Reset thermostat as per instructions,
Yeah,
Yeah.
as per instructions.
Okay.
Yeah,
just because, yes.
Alright.
Okay.
and stuff like that too, if you get the programmable, like,
We
can-
won't even worry about it.
you can put in, you can bump the thing up normal to that event or whatever too, like, yeah, there's. Once you get that stuff, it's so easy, cause I have one at my house.
Like there's formatting in here, but I think,
This was just to pull it
yeah, it's
together.
just to pull it together and
Yeah.
formatting will all get fixed.
Okay.
But otherwise, like we put in an inspection thing so the staff knows what we're looking for. I wanted to make sure it was a simple process. We don't wanna have conflict, we just wanna move it forward.
And then we have like deposit deductions too, it's kind of give you an idea, like.
Yeah.
I guess if we charge it back like for cleaning or whatever, then we would kind of base it off the 10 to 30% of a deposit too. But it'd be charged to the person's name or the key holder essentially.
Yeah, and I think this is fair because it starts laying out that if you leave certain things, there's a certain percentage of your deposit's gonna be.
Yeah, the only thing that I see an issue with is that Hall Society, there's 6 or 8 members or whatever, all of us are responsible for different events. And so I think the Hall Society will have more than one or two key holders. It will be the board members themselves,
Yeah.
period.
Then we're gonna track, we wanna
You're gonna track that,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then unfortunately, if something happens and we can see on a camera and we find out that one of your, it's up to you guys, cause we're gonna give you the notice.
Yeah.
And it's up to you on how you're gonna deal with it, otherwise.
Well, it would be up to the chair of the
Yeah.
Hall Society to
Yeah.
deal with it.
Yeah.
Like the chair of the Hall Society could be the primary contact key
Yeah.
holder, but then the board would actually, because every board member has a different event that they
Look after,
manage,
Yeah.
right?
Because what a lot of people don't realize is we've had the cameras here. If you come in the next day and you notice somebody's in there, if you would have notified us, we could have reviewed the camera footage.
Yeah.
But if we get notification a week to 2 weeks later, it's very difficult for us.
Yeah.
Okay, so a motion to approve with amendments. I would also like to, as Leona's the liaison, I'd like to run it by the whole
Oh,
society.
that was my
Oh.
next comment is
I
same
think-
thing. I'd like to do first reading with amendments
Yeah,
and then also
just to
take
give
this
them
to the
some,
Hall
Well, this
Society.
is just a policy, so
Well,
it
we'll-
only takes one reading. So what I'm gonna say is you should do motion to table
Okay,
for administration to make the recommended changes and forward to the Hall Society for.
liaison.
Yeah.
just forward it,
Yeah.
sure, then I'll talk to the
The
Hall.
And-
liaison should,
Or
I think I'd like
review
the
and
feedback.
comment,
Sure.
Yeah.
okay?
okay,
Or
Sure.
feedback and comments. I
did you
like
capture all that?
So we're tabling this policy with the amendments, and then, are we waiting till
You'll-
June too?
No, yeah, well, to bring it back, yes.
This one, we would kind of wanna bring it back in May.
Oh, okay, yeah, because you
That's the
want
season.
the seasons, well, we're
yeah.
taking over June 1st, so
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can get this
I wanna
looked
get
at.
feedback.
Yeah, I can get this looked at by May.
Okay,
Yeah, table for
Uh,
administration to make the recommended changes.
Yeah.
Forward to the liaison of the whole society.
Yeah.
To.
Bring back to
Receive
council
feedback.
in May.
To receive feedback and comments from the Hall Society members and bring back to the May meeting. Does that make sense?
yep.
Yeah.
I'll make that motion. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay,
We will, I have the
Uh,
essence, we'll tweak it to better wording after.
Yes.
Okay.
Give us
Yeah.
the day, guys.
yeah, no, I
No,
think, I think that's good. That was
Okay,
helpful.
and then 6.5, which was added, so that was your
Reserve.
council reserve one, and I just, there's so much to do.
So you provided us comments on Friday. Aaron has made the adjustments.
I made my copy, but, you know, made the adjustments, I sent it out on Friday too.
Can we copy
I
this?
can, yeah, I can, well, I
Can you
can go,
just
I'm
pull it
printing
up?
up more.
Pull it up.
Pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
I've got it on email.
Oh, that was sent last night?
Friday.
We're
about
working
4
fast.
o'clock-ish.
Yeah, it was sent Friday. I did look at it.
Hold on, hold on. I'm gonna drag
You can
it.
just share it out,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
I'm dragging it.
Sorry,
There.
Oh,
I've got it up too.
Have you got it?
Yeah. Okay. So this was to break down the reserves to
Changes were.
basically say,
So-
this, and to bring it into compliance with the auditor, the
yeah,
the
like,
audited
yeah.
statements.
Yeah,
And elections
and to-
added in.
Give it more clarity about what it can be used for. Correct?
Yes, I think
Yes.
I forgot about the definition where we're gonna do it.
yes. That was that was my one and only comment is that we had under reserve accounting, where was that? So the council, general reserve replacement, determination of surplus, administration shall calculate the annual operating surplus, 7.1.
Oh,
Okay.
Thank you.
7.1, that should be is surplus is determined by the financial statement definition, whatever.
Hang on. She can do it.
Yeah, and there's a full description of
Yeah,
it.
it's over here. Yeah, I didn't bring it.
We have it. We'll just throw it up there.
Okay, so this,
Fancy term. That one, net revenue before amortization and other Okay, I can't.
You got it, just start typing.
Or shall be determined by the financial statement. Fine,
Net revenue.
Is,
Revenue spelled wrong.
I know, hold on.
Not easy.
Yeah, it's okay. She's got it there.
I'm not seeing what I'm typing when I'm over here.
I know.
I know.
Oh, and why did you?
Just go on. Hold on, hold on.
okay,
Just undo.
I don't know. No,
That's okay. You can fix it
I'll
later.
fix it later, but yeah, okay.
So that's the part we needed.
Right, because it was not up to administration to determine the surplus,
It
it's up
was up
to
to-
the auditor.
But we're gonna change
it's
it.
that line item.
Yeah.
Instead of shall, administration will determine based on the financial statement line.
Yeah,
That's
will
what it should
determine
be.
based on.
Okay. Under reserve structure number 3, public land reserve is not restricted under the MGA. It's restricted under the document, the agreement, was it not?
The land use bylaw?
Both. Municipal
not-
Government Act has.
But it
where-
didn't the village get into an agreement with?
Yeah.
With the subdivision owner?
Right, and the
So there's some restrictions on that.
yes, but if it's most, can't go backwards.
Yeah.
I don't know what,
No.
but normally the agreements, have it specifically listed out.
Yeah.
So that it
But
states
this was
based
general.
on MGA. It's a little vague, as you guys saw,
Yeah.
that it wasn't quite, but under the MGA, if this is based on a subdivision, it is in lieu of, and that's how they,
And a public land reserve
yes.
that's paid by the developer has restrictions under the MGA.
Give me 2 seconds here.
And is it always restricted to parks and recreation? Or is it roads and infrastructure, or is it? You know, if you approve the next one and it had that big pond in the middle and we needed to put something for future to be able to
Drainage
pump
or
it out, or would that be included, or? Like, I know there's infrastructure projects, is it, what are the restrictions, I guess?
So I'm just wondering, the simple fix is just to public land reserve restricted use under the MGA Act and or municipal land use subdivision agreements.
So municipal reserve, MR, environmental reserve under certain sections of the MGA, land dedication or cash in lieu.
Okay,
Intended for parks, recreation, environmental protections, funds must be used for reserve purposes only,
Parks, recreation,
and
environment.
environmental.
if it's specified.
That's right.
If it's not specified, if I say, yeah, I know in Calgary, if it's a future overpass, they can get a reserve so that reserve pays for that overpass.
Right, and they specifically will state what
So,
it's about,
but
so is
did
it
this agree-
roads, utilities, drainage?
Okay,
That's what I'm
Ours was a
saying.
little unclear.
That's why I'm saying, put the and or
yes,
subdivision land use bylaw.
because this one, because it's unclear and it wasn't stated for Parks and Rec,
Number
it could be
3,
used for others.
last point.
Oh, okay, under. and
What was
or-
it that we just read there?
That's if it's stated, it must be, if it's stated in the agreement, the original agreement,
And or.
Then it must be
subject
Parks and
to
Rec.
agreement.
the MGA says it must be Parks and Rec.
Oh.
But if
okay.
it's not stated, I think we're taking this the other way. I think we're causing the MGA to restrict it when the MGA restricts it when it's specifically set up that way in the.
And there's
agreement.
no intended purpose for it.
Yeah, if there's no intended purpose, I don't think that restriction exists.
So we need to look at the actual subdivision agreement.
That's
We
what I'm
did.
saying.
We
And
brought it and.
it was general.
was
so
very-
why can't we use it for general?
It was not strong enough, and then after further review by talking with a previous counselor, they said somewhere in the minutes it states it was for parks. So I'm caught in a rock and a hard place, but
We don't have that as part of the agreement.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Can we re-
But
can we
it-
reopen
If
that?
that was in there,
I
we-
plan on it because
Yeah.
there's uses, we need to use these
Yeah,
funds.
Yeah.
let's
So-
just reopen that and review that
So,
previous.
our
decision.
subdivision
We can
development
always change the previous.
right?
Yeah.
decision. Disagree.
So now we want it to say restricted use under the MGA and or subdivision development agreement. And if the subdivision development agreement doesn't specifically say Parks and Rec, it should be more open.
Yeah.
Because the MGA only says, if it's set aside for that, it has to be used for that.
That's kind of a
If
strange
it's
thing
not
for
set
the
aside
MGA to
for
say.
that, sorry?
It's kind of a strange thing for the MGA to say.
Have you read the?
The MGA is, it's essentially saying you have to follow your contract.
You have to follow the rules,
So, okay.
the rules in that agreement.
If
Yeah.
if I would have been here and I knew what were they supposed to provide to us in land or in cash in lieu, it would be easier for me to give you the explanation. It's just, I wasn't here. It's really
Yeah,
hard
you're
to-
right.
Well, then we have to go with the
But you're
agreement.
right, this,
Yeah.
what we're dealing with here is future.
Yeah.
So that's what I want to be
Yes.
able to ensure
Okay.
that in the future, if we do some sort of a special agreement with a subdivision development that says, hey, you are responsible for the interior roads in this subdivision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
That's
all
what it is.
fine and good. They give us the money or they build the interior roads, whatever
Exactly.
whatever it may be.
It allows it because we put it in there, well, and or.
Yeah,
Um,
preferably you guys would make them build it, just in case. We'll talk about that at another time.
Well, and sometimes it's a playground, or sometimes I've seen a variety, overpass, playground,
Yeah.
Yeah.
utility corridor, whatever.
Well, a lot of development agreements now are, they build the trails and then you just assume it.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that.
Yeah.
0.5 there, the first bullet.
Yeah.
Reserve funds shall be used only for their intended purpose. I'd like to add, unless otherwise directed by council resolution. It kind of says it later on in the document, but I don't want to be where we have
Yes.
conflicting language.
By council, sorry,
By council resolution.
by council resolution.
Yeah, put in resolution. Looks clear.
Okay.
Double
Oh,
period.
double period,
There we
yeah.
go.
Anything else?
So does that mean that we could, and I'm just spitballing here. Does that mean under number 3, we tell them, okay, you have to do the internal road system. And then under number 5, we come back and say, oh gee, no, you don't have to do the roads. We want you to do a playground structure.
Like-
Does it allow
Not-
you to
not-
change it?
Not for the special reserve, for the
I'm
unspecified.
confused what you're asking.
So under reserve structure number 3, we've got the public land reserve.
Yeah.
Okay, and we've said it's restricted use under the MGA Act or the subdivision development agreement. And that subdivision development agreement, we said you have to build the roads.
Yeah.
Then in number 5, we're saying reserve funds shall be used only for their intended purpose, so,
Not.
or be changed by council resolution, so
Not,
could,
not for the,
You
not for
can't with
public
the
land,
public land.
but
Okay.
the other ones.
oh,
They say,
all the other ones,
yeah,
okay.
so if they say we want
you.
to,
Thank
we
you,
got-
I'm good,
Public
I'm-
land's restricted
It
no
says
matter
right
how
below.
you say it.
it does say it, okay,
Right below.
okay.
Okay, any problems with the allocations under 7.3? Are we okay with that? Well, first of all, let's go to 7.2. Having the minimum balance of 200,000 for general operating revenue, that's our low point.
no.
No,
that is the
that's
point.
the point.
Okay.
Key point.
So it must be maintained at that.
Yeah.
And that, do we define anywhere what the general operating reserve can or cannot be used for?
Yes, she did earlier.
Okay,
Uh,
general operating, 4, shall maintain a balance of 200. It is for cash flow, emergencies, or operational stabilization. Okay, I'm
So
not
let's
sure.
say if you're, for the operation stabilization, instead of doing your 2, like your
2%.
2%, you would
said
just-
you were gonna take it out of there.
general reserves instead.
That's operation stabilization.
Okay, and then 7.3 says, if there's surplus above and beyond,
Yeah.
in a year, 25% goes toward fire and protective services, and others as on that distribution basis.
Yeah. So then I had to change the percentage because we had to make it up to 75, so we had 25, no, we had 25 and then for the rest 10.
Oh, okay.
So
So-
balances to the 75%.
right?
35, 45.
So we're saying,
Actually, it should balance to 100% of the 75%
Correct.
is what it should balance
You
to.
could, we could just make it
yeah, 'cause
25% fire and protective services and then all the other stuff. That might be a simpler way of doing it. Like, just have that all as one list, with the first item being fire and protective services at 25%. Then it adds to
So-
100.
divided equally.
Well, divided by council discretion is what I would actually do there.
Well,
Rather than the percentages, 25% fire and protective services, other reserves.
Distributed as,
You still
Per
should have the
council.
75% there,
Yeah, the 75% stays there.
okay,
Yeah,
and then other reserves distributed
As
As
per
per
council
council.
direction.
well,
yeah, get rid of the
Because
percentage.
if we
a
get
given year.
if we get $500,000 in infrastructure and roads, we may say, okay, no, we don't want any more going into infrastructure and roads. We're gonna put it into some of these others.
Just
sure, but I think
No.
what I kind of,
stop,
the
okay.
one, what I kind of like is,
We're just gonna delete.
this is the
these
default,
percentages
and we can always say
and
anything
just
different,
put,
but- you know,
council.
otherwise we gotta spend our time every year
allocation.
discussing and debating,
based
and
on
this is just a
council.
starting point.
Right.
And at any point by
Okay.
resolution, we could say, no, we're changing it this year,
Okay,
but I
wait,
kind
wait,
of don't want to have to put in a case where,
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
you guys are changing it, we're still having discussion here, so
Okay.
maybe just stop for a minute. Okay, so we still wanted to see that, but we still wanted to be able to, this discretionary at the end, but that should still form the basis of it.
So it's 75% other reserves as distributed below or
Right.
per council direction.
sure,
As distributed as per council direction.
No, as
Below.
distributed below,
Or as per council direction.
And then
so
get rid of
if-
the rest.
Yeah.
no,
no.
just
they
get rid
still-
of the allocation based
And then
on
put-
council,
And then I'm gonna just keep that
Yeah.
percentage again.
just to erase that.
The allocation of the 75%
And that,
Allocation,
of the 75%. And then the allocation has to be
Needs to equal
100%, 100% of 75%.
am I writing that part too?
No, you're not.
put it in,
No.
just correct it.
Just correct
The
it.
math should be corrected to get 75%.
So that is 75%, right?
That should be 100.
That should be 100.
How do you get that to 100?
Just change infrastructure to 50% and then your other one.
No,
No.
No.
Do the math for me, my brain's not braining.
Okay,
Okay.
so right now you're looking at 25, 35, 45, 55, 65, 75. So
We
we've
need
got,
another
we need another
25%.
25%. So do we, where
That's
do we
why I
put
said
that?
infrastructure and
1, 2,
roads.
3, 4,
Well,
5.
If you changed each of those 10% to 15%,
It'll
it
be
would be 100.
There you
There you
go.
go.
Like that block.
15, 30, yes, you're right, good math.
There you go.
Good math there.
Good thing there's an accountant in here.
Yeah,
I want it down to 2 decimal places.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and the last one, yes.
And I'm gonna advise, if you're okay, I would take the 5% off of the elections and move that to grant readiness if I were you.
Okay, yeah, I agree with that because
Sure.
elections is only gonna be $2,000 a year.
And then 20 for the grant writing.
Because that's where you're gonna get caught.
Sure, that sounds good.
Okay,
Anything
I
else?
think we're okay with that, so that gives us some flexibility, we can adjust, the next sentence says we can adjust. In fact, we've said it a number of times.
It just makes it easier
Yeah.
to like moving forward and.
You're
future
not,
councils.
you're not always gonna have to ask that question, right?
That's right.
It's just in
I
policy.
would just bring it with policy and say, based on the policy, are you
Here's what it
okay?
is, yeah.
If not,
End
you
of
might
story.
change it.
Yeah.
And we don't always have a surplus or.
That's right.
Or it might be only $2,000
Yeah.
and then who cares?
Going forward, I'm still of the mind that we can look at shrinking the surplus or
Shrinking any
the
particular
reserve down
carry,
to
yeah.
the 200,000 plus whatever smaller ones we have there, and
Yeah.
perhaps then not do
Yeah.
future tax increases.
I agree.
And these are going to be internally, this part will be done internally. You'll still have your lump sum, but we'll be able to explain it as the policy.
Okay.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to approve this as amended?
Yep.
Okay,
Okay.
One resolution.
Paul will make a motion to approve this as presented or as amended.
As amended, yes.
Okay, and off of that.
Where was that? That
I
was.
don't save. Okay, and off of that, sorry, I'm just trying to get back to where I was. Okay, so that was 6.5.
Yeah.
We are now going to 7.1.
Could
which
we
is the
take a
police-
short break?
Sure, let's take a 10-minute break.
Thank you. I just
Uh,
need to take
Oh,
coffee.
before. All right, we're back in at
Okay,
11:43.
11:43, back into session, and we're dealing with 7.1.
Yes. 'Cause you
Police
guys
funding model, that's the resolution that we wanted to put forward, and we asked you to
draft something,
draft something,
so I did. There you go.
okay?
And then we
And
can
then
forward
this would
this
go
on
to
to
Dan.
Dan.
Okay,
Yes,
Here.
if you're in agreement. And he can take it to the ASA.
We're taking Dan as our ASBO representative.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, for this area.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't like lock him, just that this is going to ASBA and it would go for conference or however they wanna deal with it, right?
Thought it was good.
Any, anything we wanna add to it? Do we want them to bring it up? Anything else, or is that good? Okay, motion to accept as drafted.
Is it the,
Motion should be council approve the police funding model advocacy resolution as presented and direct administration to forward it to the ASBA regional representative for the area for consideration by the ASBA. I drafted your resolution for you.
Okay,
What's the remaining bit?
Yeah, I think that's good. Representative for the area. Okay, I'll make that motion. All in favor?
Yes.
Okay, moving to the next one. Grant funding, climate risk assessment. What's the status of this?
So if you went through it, it is now opening up. And we've had a meeting with the representative, Sarah did, and it is attached to tell you guys all the information about it. So basically, I've been doing a lot of investigation on this, so you guys did your resolution, it's not quite where we need it to be. So administration, which was Sarah met with GMF project officer on the April 10th to confirm the program eligibility, funding structure, application requirements. And I've attached the summary for you guys. ATCO has also opened up a community energy fund.
can we deal with the first one
Yeah,
first?
that's good.
Just one at a time, not ATCO.
Okay, so the climate risk assessment, so we know the date, it's opened up. It aligns with council's previous direction, supports long-term drainage and infrastructure planning, strengthens eligibility for future capital funding. Key confirmed program considerations, funding available up to 70,000. Cost share may range from 85% to potentially 100%, depending on eligibility.
So this is for,
The study or the
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 study.
activity?
It's a study.
Study of.
So we determined that we had to have a climate risk assessment study done in order to apply for some of the
FCM.
the FCM.
FCM or
funding.
the provincial.
the drought flood
Yeah.
action program.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the overlap is enough that this study could
Address
work
both.
towards both.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why we were looking at it.
Yeah.
So only one application per municipality for this intake. The climate risk assessment is required foundational step for future infrastructure funding applications. So consultant review, summary of options considered. So we participated in joint discussion with Roshan Sands, County of Stettler, to review an alternative proposal from McAllister and Craig. So key considerations, McAllister and Craig model utilize the full grant amount of up to the 70,000. Requires approximately 15-25 days of municipal staff time, which for a small office like ours is a lot of time.
What would be the nature of that time in general?
He didn't give us the full breakdown of it, but that's what it would require, and it would take longer to start it. He would be waiting until more next year. There would be an upfront invoice, and of course, you don't get any reimbursement until after the fact, right? The consultant, he's in Ontario. with remote coordination, less integration with existing municipal engineering work. Aptis were already underway, we had started. So we build on the existing stuff we've already been working on. Working with EXP to complete the climate risk assessment. We had the proposal already, so we kind of knew what the costs were, which helps to balance that we're carrying the load of this until the funding comes. Expected to remain within or below available grant funding limits with flexibility in the scope, less staff time as work is integrated into ongoing projects, provides local regional based support, aligns directly with future drainage infrastructure capital projects. So for capacity wise, it just didn't feel like it fit for us with the McAllister, where we've already started the process, kind of working with our municipal engineers, and we knew what the cost would be. And so
I don't fully understand why we're looking at a joint thing with the county.
we looked at it.
For what, because that's what McAllister proposed?
They proposed to us and we were looking at the risk thing for including fire and all that stuff, but it didn't make sense because the way he explained it is, well, if we did it joint, you only get 75,000 for one. So are you saying that all three of us municipalities would apply and pull that money together, but most of it would go to the county? It didn't make sense. The county is a larger area than we are. We've already kind of started moving in this direction, so, and there's not a guarantee we'll get the grant, but we're gonna try.
So in my mind, I just have two questions. Climate risk assessment, I know that we need to do it, and it makes sense with Aptis is what you've got there. So the grant windows, is that for the climate risk assessment grant only, or is that for the drainage?
That's only for the climate risk.
Okay, so the drainage applications have not
It's
opened
to
up yet.
fall.
No.
Okay, all right, good.
And-
That answers my question.
And we could look at applying to both the Green Municipal Fund, which is FCM, or the Alberta Drought
Right.
and Flood Protection Program, or both.
Or both.
Or both.
Once we have
Once
this
we have
report.
We
risk
just can't
assessment.
apply to this specific report grant once we apply. If we get it, that's it. You only get to do it once, which you should only have to do it once.
Right.
Yes. But this would open the door to us getting this done prior to the fall for the flood stuff too. Where the other gentleman, it was going until, well, we wouldn't start until January of next year. Well, that doesn't fit for us.
No.
I agree with that.
So do we think by going with Aptis and EXP that we would be able to get this, we're well underway, or we're partly underway, or can we get funding for some of the stuff that we've already done, or we haven't really done anything?
We haven't done
We
anything.
put out an RFP, did we not?
The engineers followed up on what it would take for us when we wanted to file for the flood one, and we found out that we were
Short this climate assessment.
Okay,
correct.
right.
So they pulled us what it would cost,
To just do the assessment.
correct. So we already had the number.
Okay.
And then we'll add on that our engineers, because they're our contracted engineers, they
Yeah.
help us for development, all that kind of stuff. So that'll all get added together with that, so the application process, I would say, we're gonna be asking for probably about 30,000.
As opposed to the 21 or whatever it
The
was.
maximum is 75, we know it's only gonna cover 85%, we would have to
Okay.
cover the 10%.
Yeah.
And to me, 30,000, 10% of that is a little more reasonable for us to look at in our search.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you asking us right at this time?
I'm
To
asking
approve one
for,
of the approaches and to submit the application? Or did
To-
they submit the application?
I'm working with them, they'll submit the application, we've set it all up, we've got our portal, we've got them aligned, so we're good. I just need a motion of council so that we formally are saying, we're gonna go proceed with bringing in an
Aptis.
application.
Aptis or McAllister.
So it'll be the proposed motion number 1.
Yes. Council confirms this previous
65.
previous direction, motion 260212, and supports administration proceeding with an application to the, I'm gonna say FCM, climate ready plans and process programs for the risk assessment and adaptation plan, and that administration in coordination with APTIS, our engineers, working with EXP, be authorized to prepare and submit the application and required supporting documentation. That's it. This is to get the application in.
And this is an application to do the climate risk assessment.
Yes.
And then
If we don't get the grant,
Grant,
we'll bring it back to you guys, let you know we didn't get the grant and.
And then we have to
How
decide
we
where we're
wanna
gonna do
proceed.
it. Yeah.
Yes.
And
okay,
then based on getting the grant, getting the report, we can then apply to either of the other two. pools.
right, okay, and so,
Cause if we don't get the grant, you'll have to decide, do you want to proceed and get ourselves ready? Or do we wanna wait for another time?
and so the window right now is open to apply through FCM
Yes,
for the CRI funding. And we'll find out within presumably a relatively short time.
we hope.
So is, are we being charged by Aptus and EXP for doing the application?
Aptus is working with me. There's a couple of hour charge that we will take
So
to,
it's minor,
yes.
and then if we're approved, then we can proceed with the main expense of the CRI.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
we would add that in as part of our
Okay.
reimbursements. right?
And Aptus identified EXP as the company they work with
Yeah,
to do this
Yeah.
type of work?
Yeah.
Okay.
And have they made any, I'm gonna assume the answer is no, they haven't done any of these to date. But neither one has, cause it's just brand new and open.
that's right.
This is a brand new program this year?
Yeah,
Okay.
and just open, and the intake just opened, so we wanna
Yeah.
get on top of it.
Okay,
Like after talking with the guy from Ontario, like a lot of stuff is data driven. From what I understood, we have a lot of our own data because we've been working on the drainage and all that kind of stuff. So we kind of got a lot of it already. And
it sounds like this is primarily a desktop study, it's not field work, so the granularity.
it was
may
just
not
my
be-
concern was, why do we want to hire somebody in Ontario?
Yeah,
to
no,
do
that
it?
makes. that
And
makes
these
sense.
guys had feet on the ground and have been involved in
Yeah.
some of it.
Yeah.
But so this climate risk assessment, just to be realistic on what we're gonna get out of it, it's not necessarily gonna be saying, oh my God, you gotta focus on pond 2, but pond 5 is okay or something. It's probably not gonna be that level of granularity.
No.
No,
Okay.
you know, be more general in terms, I'm sure.
And my concern.
And the
is-
only reason why we're doing it is so that we can apply for these other grant fundings to deal with some of the issues that we've got.
Yeah,
That's part of their parameters of,
Yes.
in order to apply for this grant, you have to
Yeah.
have done this.
Yeah.
So,
It's making everybody aware that there's bigger processes we have hoops to go
Yep.
through before we can even apply directly for a grant. Sometimes you see a grant ad up there and you think, oh, easy. It's not as simple.
It's a process.
it's
Yeah.
a process.
It's a process.
and I fully feel strongly that doing this climate risk assessment, even though it's not gonna be the granular stuff, it will help us frame our risks when we're looking at,
Priorities, risks.
are we doing, you know, 1 or 2 ponds that we're doing a little bit of work on, or are we doing this master
Exactly.
drainage across the whole village? Are we looking at, you know, where do we look at other drainage in terms of culverts and ditches and all that in terms of the work that we need? to
Where's
do?
your highest risk?
Are we comfortable relying on manually operated pumps versus fully
Yep. Automated.
automated, well, hands off, I guess, maybe the way to say it.
Yeah. Yeah. And then it's looking at those risks of the climate. Where should we be focusing, right?
Yeah, and I think it's a good question to say, where do we think we're gonna be 10 years from?
Yes.
Is this just an anomaly or is this the new normal?
So Paul, you wanna make that motion?
I will make that motion
Motion
to,
number 1.
motion number 1.
Okay.
Okay.
All in favor? Okay, number 2. This one is the ATCO Energy Fund. And this is energy efficiency.
Yeah, so what it does is it'll give us some funding and some direction for energy audits and see where we're at. Is there any efficiencies? Could we do solar? Could we do this? We don't know yet until we do an audit.
So it's interesting, I had a solar guy come out, Sunday.
Oh,
Anyway, he came out and looked at my place on Sunday and he said, you know what? really? It's not cost efficient for you to put solar up because of the direction of your roofs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
So this is why an energy audit, I would like to apply. We may get it, we may not, but it might be a good way to give us that foot forward of saying, is it worth it? Where could we do efficiencies? Is there efficiencies we could do?
So what's within the scope of the efficiencies that we're looking at? Are they looking at everything from, solar is a big one, but in terms of other things?
replacing all your lighting with LED.
Lighting, and then there's other grants for that.
I
and-
accessed that in Calgary, and they came into my house and assessed it, and they said, you need, right to the automatic TV shut off, but mine was pretty simple, it's like change LED light. Change all your incandescents to LEDs.
Like, I guess I'm just thinking, where do we think that we may have opportunities here? This is a brand new,
Efficient.
I think
building. I'd be surprised if
solar.
they come up with something there. Solar, I think, is a big one. I don't know about the hall and the shop.
Are
Are they
these
looking at,
exterior lights?
are they looking at things
Well,
like,
like
your
the-
furnace, your boiler is 20
LED.
years old?
No.
Oh,
That's
those
the
ones out there.
thing I
Yeah,
would-
they're-
If we apply and
Okay,
if we get the funding and they'll do it, we can do the energy audit. It doesn't hurt, it's just funding to give us something to create a plan and then have something for
Listen,
the
and-
public perception that we've looked
Sure.
into this.
And this would be 100% coverage? We don't have to put any portion in ourselves?
That's what it looks like it's 100% coverage, there's more,
Your audit is covered.
Yeah, no.
so if you guys are okay, I'm
Right.
willing to.
Then there may be
apply.
upgrade costs.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a whole
And in
nother,
reality, the provincial programs cover the second one as well, as a rule.
I know.
I did pay.
The hall, we changed over to LED, and I think Bryce said the shop went over to LED too.
we're not sure, and that's why we just.
To do the audit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's worthwhile
So
doing
if
that.
you're okay, I'm gonna put in an application if you guys are all right, and we'll just start there.
All right.
Okay,
I'll make motion number 2.
Okay,
okay. Motion number 2, that one down there.
council directs
Not option,
administration.
but motion.
Yeah.
Okay. All in favor? Okay,
This is Dan's baby next.
sorry,
This is your baby, the next one.
I'm just getting to it, what is?
Township Road 40-4 Urban Road Approach Advocacy.
Oh, this is where I lost all my pieces.
And what page?
79.
79 it says.
So now I'm gonna be busy for the next couple of days.
Okay, so what we wanted to do here is approach the province to look at access to what are we calling it here?
Urban.
Urban road approach.
Urban road approach. We are one of the few communities that does not have a provincial, I'll use that, access. And so we requested that the county of Stettler work with us and support this, and they
Sent you a letter.
sent us a letter. Their letter, the only thing that they added to that letter that I'm aware of is that we consider not just one road, but possibly a second, 20-2.
20-4.
20-4.
Yeah.
From 6
As
to 1.
well.
Which is the non-existent road.
Mm,
20-4 is non-existent. It's going north and south and it is non-existent. That's the one that they want to construct.
Is there
No.
extension on it?
was it
It's an
that one?
extension.
But
Was
the-
that one past Bar Harbor, or was that the Bar Harbor Road or the Bar W Road? I think it was the Bar Harbor Road.
Range Road 20-4, Township Road 40-4, or Range Road 20-4. And I think 20-4 is the one that because this is 20-2.
Oh, this is two.
This is
Okay.
20-2, so 20-4 would be the one that would go straight south of Bar
Mm.
W and continue on to 601, I believe.
Okay, so 40-4, and then at the corner
Yeah,
by Bar W becomes 20-4.
What is this one?
When
The
you
curve.
turn and go south.
When you turn and go south, correct?
so it's
Yes.
not the Bar Harbor Road.
No,
that
it's
goes to
not.
Stettler,
No,
cause
no.
that was, okay.
no.
Well, it is, isn't it?
No,
No.
Bar Harbor Road that goes to Stettler is when you turn here and you go out and you turn left and then you turn south to 601. That's 20-2.
Oh, Range Road, there you go, that's the one, yeah, you go right by,
Bar W.
Bar
or
W.
Harbor?
Bar
Yeah, we're getting
W,
confused.
Bar
Yes.
W, and
20
then.
20-4 is the one over
No,
here. that
it's
you take-
20-2. I know that for a fact.
22
This is 20-2.
And I got
Okay.
Google Maps on, hold on, I can.
So 20-4 is the other one over.
Okay, this is 20-4, so this is going, oops,
Going into Bar Harbor.
yeah, so
Okay.
this is coming
Going
up to
into-
835.
No, not to Bar Harbor,
No,
Bar
no,
W.
Bar W. So this is if you come from Roshan and those gates are locked, you're gonna come from Roshan, go 835 and then down at the four-way stop here, and then come over to White Sands.
So this
They
road
want to
right
continue
here.
it straight.
zoom
They
in,
wanna
is
continue
20-4.
Yeah, this is 20-4,
Right.
so they wanna make it go straight.
Yes,
Down,
Okay.
which is
Got it.
non-constructed.
Which is
Not
what their
constructed.
study showed. The
Yeah, cause there's
There-
20-4A here, which is
Yeah.
lines and,
That's a temporary road.
Yeah. so that they would have to go through some smooth here and.
There's non-existent road.
Okay, so I'm glad that's clarified.
20-2 is the one that is over here that goes,
That's.
when you say Bar Harbor, if you go,
Yeah.
continue
Goes-
north, you go to Bar Harbor Camp,
Yeah.
but
Yes.
that's 20-2.
Yes.
That's the
There we
one
go.
I thought they were talking about.
No,
No.
So they're
20-.
basically, yeah.
that's why I questioned the letter.
Yeah, it's their way of throwing that in.
They wanna get provincial funding to build that road.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think this is, we look for their support. But I think it would still be a study of, as part of the process, if we did, once we get it to that point, it would be a survey of our own residents, because we're the ones that are asking, but it is on a county road. And I think previous studies have shown that 40-4 was the option that the majority of our residents use.
40-4 Range Road, 20-4.
20-2.
Two.
Dash two.
Yeah, that's.
Those were the two that our community uses. Again, that would, I'm sure that if you get to that point, the province would look at a study and they would get to
And
that.
we already have the study,
Yeah.
and it already identifies those two roads, 40-4 and 20-2. Whether the province would approve two urban access roads, I doubt,
Yeah.
so they're going to choose probably only one, 40-4. The comment the county had was, be careful what you wish for, because right now, if it goes to the province then has their schedule of maintenance and grading and everything else, which is different than what ours is under our agreement
Correct.
with the county. So again, what's the long-term plan of this? Well, the long-term plan of this is hopefully to eventually get some sort of
Paved.
access as opposed to gravel access. Again, who knows where this is gonna go, but it also relieves some of the pressure that we have as a village council in our relationships with the county. If we can get 40-4 looked after by the province as opposed to by the county.
Correct.
Yes.
So that's where all of this came from.
is it fair to say that that would eliminate our road use agreement costs?
Yes.
Yeah.
It would, because the road use agreement costs are associated with service of a county road. An increased level of service of a county road.
That road
And if-
use agreement, though, when I did look at it, it does cover 20-2 and 40-4.
Both, yes.
So it may partially reduce that.
We would have a good argument to say,
You've worked together.
we work together to get this, the small
Yeah.
use of a one of your roads is quite minimal.
Anyway,
Anyway, okay, so what do we need here?
So we had like the idea of sending letters to Minister of Transportation Economic Corridors, Minister of Municipal Affairs, Minister of Public Affairs, local MLA, and Premier of Alberta. And any others you can think of, if you wanted to send letters to.
I would also include in on that your surrounding municipalities, Roshan Sands and County of Stettler.
Yes. Is this a joint letter or
No,
just
no.
sent on?
From us, but
Okay.
we acknowledge their involvement and we include them.
Okay.
I would also, a request, because if it goes to a minister, I would also request, a meeting. Because just saying, you know, yeah, we want this, I think you want them to follow up and you want them to say, no, we will not meet with you, or yes, there's an opportunity, but it's not gonna be the minister, it'll be the ADM, or it'll be the area person or something.
But
They'll
yes,
kick it down the road, but if you don't request a meeting, they will just give you a cute little
no.
response and.
So send advocacy letters and request
Request
for
for
meeting,
meeting
request for a meeting or meetings.
How about to draft the advocacy letter and a request?
with request for a meeting.
Yeah, with a request for meetings addressed to the following.
Yeah.
So that we can draft it first.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're authorized the mayor, or, yeah, let's not authorize the mayor to send these letters,
No,
let's,
we're-
let's, motion
Authorize
to
Administration to,
draft a letter for our approval.
yes. That way you get to, we have time to kind of work through it and try to figure out some options. and then
Are
you
we,
guys-
do we
I
have,
think there's some urgency to this.
yeah, I was gonna say, do we have to wait to a meeting, can
I
we
think-
not approve it
As
by,
the mayor. I think the mayor can approve it. We know what we want in it. It's
Yeah.
in here. We've made a couple of minor amendments, including copies to the others and requesting a meeting. Other than that, I think the
Yeah.
mayor approves the draft and away it
Okay,
goes.
and put it in a resolution, and
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
I mean, yes, I think this is, I don't wanna wait until the next month to approve sending a letter, let's get this going.
So
And I
next
can
month.
confer with other counselors too on it, say, does this is draft, and but I, you know, yeah. let's
Yeah,
do
I
it.
like that.
Okay.
It has authority to approve and send it.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
You want to put your name on it?
Anyway.
I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. This next one, communication. I think this is a little overkill. I think what we need to do is, but perhaps not,
I just gave you the legislative updates. You can
Okay.
receive for information and discuss, you can provide direction, you can direct administration or no further action.
I think we just need a commitment that, and I think we have it, that when we're discussing an issue, we, even from the beginning, if we're apprised of a situation, either as independent counselors or as administration, that information or request or issue goes to all three of us.
Yep.
Done.
Yeah.
Is that, and do
Yeah.
we?
Unless it's related to just your personal, like a property question
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something,
Yes.
like I sift through. But if it is involving council information, I want all of these to have the
Yes.
same.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no further action, or I
No
think,
further action. I think
Okay.
we're.
okay,
Motion to accept as information.
motion to accept as information. Now, did we have 7.5 added?
Yes, and
Yeah,
that one
deal with
is
the
the
capital.
capital.
Your capital.
So who wants to make a motion to accept this information?
I can.
All in favor?
Yes.
Passed. Okay, so we added the capital. And that one, they're going back to this nice diagram.
Yeah,
So I don't know how we want to do this. We were asked to, or we decided at the budget meeting to take this away and beat it up some more so that we kind of prioritized and came up with something. So I've made a list as of last night. And it aligns somewhat, but it'll be some changes. So I don't know whether you want to adapt this or take notes and start fresh.
When do you have to have your capital budget approved by?
End of this month? Is that what it is, or is that one later?
capital's not as bad because we can apply for grants. We've done our reporting for us.
But you can apply for some grants because if you apply for the grants, then it's hard to move it again.
The ones that we know we're gonna receive, we just need to have the applications knowing what we're covering. Right? That's it. We know we're getting the grant money or it's there, it's allocated to us. GMF funds or DFPP, which is the drought stuff, that is all based on applications. If we get approval.
MSI, CP, or CCBF and LGFF, they're like, the money's there, we just have to put application.
Okay, when do you need to have the applications put to work?
Sooner the better, if once you know the projects.
No,
Yes.
Don't give me that.
Oh, don't give you that. Well, last year we didn't apply for any, right? Cause we didn't have clear direction,
Okay,
so,
So
Like-
what deadlines are we facing, both in terms of windows for applications or use it or lose it funds?
So
I know we
the
got some confusion
Yeah,
on the
the
MSI.
yeah, and the CCBF, we're under 5 years, we have to spend some.
So really what I'm kind of looking for is,
how about we give you some direction?
Yeah, what are
Yeah,
your
And then,
priorities?
yeah, we'll give you some direction and generalities, and then you massage that and then send it back to us.
yes,
Is that fair?
because I just need a 5-year plan approved.
Okay,
When does it have to go
That's-
to the province though, the 5-year plan? It's not the end of
It
the month.
doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't, okay,
It
that's the
does.
this is, well, you
operational.
have to have one, you don't have to show it to
Yeah.
us.
The operational one is the one I had to get the tax rate and I have to report to the province and all that stuff.
Yeah, this
We're
one
done.
just basically says thou must have one.
This is just so that we can get
Okay.
applications in to cover off the grant money we have. And to make sure we've got those allocations in there. Will they be approved right away? No, but we know they'll, 'cause we have our conversations, we know they're gonna be approved, they may not come in until September, but
there's-
it'll be covered.
There's a couple of those that they could actually apply for right away.
Yes,
Yes,
Absolutely.
so what I'll do is I'll go over them,
Yeah.
you take some notes, I will give you this, my chicken scratching, that might help a little bit. But, so number one is,
You're writing on your sheet. Oh, I am now, okay.
so,
I got it.
this one is kind of a no-brainer, cause we've already approved it. But,
Okay.
a grant for a study that climate risk assessment. Look at the 3 or 4 areas of interest or concern, which this will do, the one we've just approved. And there was 30,000,
okay, that climate risk thing, okay. That does not, okay.
Take it back.
it does address the first one.
The climate risk assessment covers all the drainage part, which I already have listed as GMF, DFPP. So they're in kind of the 5-year and we don't know where
So
that's
wouldn't
gonna
that
move.
fall under CFM, or is that what GF?
That's with the DFPP and the GMF.
Yeah.
So right now, these are application based. That's what that bottom stuff down there, that's more application based. We will apply. The top portions are the ones that are the grants that we know we get. And we know that boat launch was
Okay,
one of the ones.
The second one, you've got climate adaptation, isn't that the risk assessment? Isn't it one and the same? No,
Second line?
the second one is that one that we just talked about. CFM. Not
On this-
G-
FCM.
On this big sheet of
that's
paper,
it.
Oh,
this number 2 is the climate adaptation plans and risks. Is
Isn't-
that not the climate readiness one that we just approved? On this one?
Cause it's not on all of them.
Yeah, it says last grant $70,000 on the right, which is the same figure we just talked about.
Oh, I've got it at 30,000 on the.
Yeah,
30,000.
30,000.
But the note, I'm just looking at the
And you
notes
go
on the
all the
right.
way
Oh.
across.
Yeah, oh, to the max, yes.
Oh, okay, I see. It says GMF to apply. Planned, but that's not gonna come out of your
Reserves, no.
That's
Right.
CFM.
GMF.
let's see.
It says
Or
GMF.
FCM, sorry, FCM.
Oh. yeah.
That was the risk assessment one. Okay,
That's
let's
climate
just-
risk
let's,
assessment.
you guys can play with the acronyms.
Thank you.
Our basic thing was,
Yep,
number one, 30,000 in 2026 for a climate risk assessment. Then
That's an application base that I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
do right
can
now.
put it whatever
Right
you
now.
want, you just wanted our priorities,
Yeah.
so you can tuck it wherever, this
Okay.
is. Okay, that mainly addresses the main areas of concern to avoid risk or to minimize risk.
Yeah.
The second part of that was in year, possibly this year, possibly next year, 60 to 70,000, let's use 70,000 for a pump upgrade or whatever is identified, the action that comes out of that risk assessment, correct?
Yes,
So we felt that that would be probably pushed into 2027.
pump upgrade 2027, got it.
It could be even earlier, but we think depending on how the grant structures and how quickly that opens up, we don't know. Okay,
Okay,
that was number one.
Oh, that number one was the 70K pump upgrade?
Sorry, the pump upgrade was future years.
Yeah, oh, okay.
yeah, you said.
The first one was,
27.
yes.
Yeah.
potentially.
Overall topic of drainage.
Yes.
Great.
First year.
Drainage
that
will be one
kind of
and
risk
two.
assessment,
Yeah,
And
second year pump.
if it gets done earlier because the grants open earlier and all of that, then great, but we don't anticipate that happening.
okay.
Number two was the boat launch. And the study awarded was 16,000.
Yeah,
Okay, we got that. We felt that based on what they come forward with and the process of working with Alberta Environment and Fisheries and all of the people that have to approve us going into the water, we want to do it in a low lake level
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
But we felt that there was 100,000 in 2026 for repair, for the actual activity, not for the study, but for the
Okay.
repair.
Yeah.
However that was, and we had some ideas on it, but we can give those ideas to the people that are doing the study. And then another 100,000 in 2027.
Okay.
So that would probably be pushed a 2-year project. Hopefully we can get something done this year. But again, we didn't want to presuppose, we just know that we likely can't get a bigger project pushed through this year because of some of the,
okay,
hopefully we can do some small modifications.
so then
There you
what we're gonna do is take the 200,000, basically is still the number that I'm
Yeah.
kind of leaving. But in 2026, you wanna put 100,000 under that phase
Yeah.
2 boat launch.
Yeah.
And then you wanna move the other 100,000 under the 2027.
Yeah.
Correct.
So it doesn't matter, I'm going to apply to both the grants. That somehow we're gonna do a construction, probably I would move the CCBF faster than the MSI. I don't know yet, but I can make the application.
All we
That
want to
make
do is, we don't want to tie up 200,000 this year for that grant. That's all.
So can you make?
I'm gonna do 100,000 under the MSI and 100,000 under the CCBF. And then that way it's split between the two, and that would also throw that 16,000 into there. If we needed more, we still have room.
So can you do an application at this point before we have
The study.
a
Before
study
we
that
know what we're
says,
doing.
like, here's the details of what we're
Technically,
doing?
you can.
Yes, technically under
If they were-
MSI we can.
So we're gonna do something on the boat launch. You don't have to say,
What
we don't
it
have
is.
to know what it is.
That's right, as long as I've got engineering plan and then
Subject to engineering plan.
It's
Okay.
nice to
And
know exactly. what
construction
you're building,
replacement.
but we don't know
Like,
yet.
I have to have something that shows it's gonna move forward.
Okay,
Okay.
all we wanted was, we only wanted to tie up 100,000 of that this year, and
Right, and I
we want to
can do
push
that
the
under,
next one into 2027.
I
okay.
am gonna do that under the MSI because the plan and engineering goes under the MSI, because if you don't move the construction, then the CCBF has to be construction, it won't do the
Shovel
plan.
the ground, yeah.
But MSI could do either.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So if I
So-
balance the two,
Okay, moving on to number 3. We had a bit of discussion on this. Should we just pay off the debt, or should we get a debenture for the next one? And I
So
don't think
explain to
we
me
have
what
that.
that 13,000 is, first of all.
hey, the previous councils always took it out of your MSF funding.
So what is this 13,000?
That would be
So,
phase.
Your portion of the construction costs,
For Denelda and Ball.
Here.
Both, yeah.
correct.
Couple years later, that's. a
So
different
they're
thing.
gonna do,
Oh.
they're gonna do a debenture. And at the time you do the debenture, this is when they will send out to the municipalities, this is your portion, if you pay it off now, then they don't borrow on that.
Right.
So
And
it
not that,
reduces their borrowing amount, which means we don't have those interest payments.
Right, so, but when they do the debenture, if we say, look, we don't wanna pay it off right now, borrow on it and we'll pay the interest and our principal portions over a certain period of time, that's what
Just
is
like phase
possible.
one.
And then
Just like
that's,
phase one.
yes, and
Which
that's
was what-
incorporated into your operating budget with your, this
As
is your
interest,
payment, and so it becomes your operating. As an annual thing you're gonna deal with through the tax dollars.
So it basically comes down to, do you want to pay this off or take a loan?
That's right.
And whether it's on capital to pay it off now or operating costs to pay it off over time.
Uh-huh.
I think my feelings is because we have such a low debt level and because these are long-term debentures, we already have one. My preference would be to have that water debenture included in the overall debenture.
And just take it as part of your
Yeah.
annual operating and
Yeah.
pay it off through the term of
Correct.
whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so not, it would
It would
not
not be in
impact the
capital.
capital.
Okay, so we would have to withdraw that grant.
We'll have to withdraw that
Okay.
grant application.
Sorry,
That's why we
Paul?
have to know what
So-
we're replacing.
I guess part of it was wondering whether this would be covered under one of the grants or under reserves, out of reserves.
Yeah.
So.
She's
you
got
have
it
like-
under MSI.
Okay.
Yeah, this is currently under MFI.
So I guess just devil's advocate, if we are needing and wanting to use up remaining legacy MSI grants that date back several years, would we want to perhaps do this?
I think
And
I
let's
think we're
finish
doing
the
it with the
conversation.
rest.
I think
Okay.
we're doing it
It's
with the rest of the other
approved,
things.
just so you know, that allocation's been approved. And I hear what
yeah,
Paul's saying.
I think I'm just saying if we're struggling to figure out how to use up the MSI grant, I would rather do this than do some
But
make
he's
work
got
project.
additional.
I think we're not struggling to use it up anymore because we've got additional ones that maybe
Okay.
are more important.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, so if we find that it's not fully expended, then we can go back and say, okay, we have extra funds in that particular grant that we can put toward it.
Okay,
So right now, we're saying
Withdraw the application.
withdraw the application. Okay, the number 4 was conversion of the old maintenance. And just that. So, and we felt that that would be $25,000. And that would be an MSI.
Okay.
So we don't believe that at this point that it's 50,000. I guess we'll stand to be corrected if we get some quotes and we want to be involved in that.
Yes,
But we think that for what we thought was going to be done there, 25,000 should be sufficient to cover that
Okay.
we'll
renovation.
put in an application and we'll have the discussion with them and make sure what qualifies, how to make it work.
Just make sure you do,
I don't know what the numbers will be.
but you're gonna
But
get,
we'll put
Yeah,
in
we'll
a
get the numbers.
$25,000 application.
and
under
you're gonna,
MSI,
and you're gonna
yes.
get some backing for that from the people that you've
Yeah.
already asked about it,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
once we
that's
get it.
coming.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Yes.
that will inform that 25 to say, yes, that's accurate, or if it's 30 or
Mhm.
or 26 or whatever, we'll know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Number 5 was the new shop bay. And we felt that we would look at the concrete and insulate one bay.
Okay.
At this time for 50,000, and that would be 2026, and another 50,000 in 2027/2028. So that would basically say the loss of this bay is replaced by an insulated bay over there.
Yeah.
One,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
the whole thing. But we felt that the concrete and the insulated, we'd like to, and that may include a smaller heating source. It may not be, pick your work in your t-shirt, but
Yeah.
but definitely look at ways of getting some heat into that. And then another 50K in 2027/28. Okay, number 6 was Jack's Pond. I think we have, we don't have it, but we probably have access to it for that community gathering cook shack. And we felt that could go under the recreation.
Parks and public.
Yeah.
land
Public
use.
lands.
Yeah, the
I thought
public
so too.
lands reserve, and that would be roughly 30,000 to be done this year.
Okay.
So 2026, there is some basic, quotes out there that we could review those.
Cheryl gave you those, did she not?
No.
Okay,
Oh,
well,
okay,
we can
okay.
get those from Cheryl.
We
The
can
work-
get them from
the
Cheryl.
preliminary work's done. We've got
Okay.
some, at least some basic cost structure.
Good.
We think that's 30,000, and again, that would be under the recreation.
Yeah, that's the reserve.
And then we don't have a number for this, we just want it done ASAP. So we didn't give it in fact, these aren't all priority, these are the projects we'd like to see. And then finding a way to get them done. And that was the sign, so we would like,
The community event signage?
Yeah,
yes.
Okay, can I apply for that first or under the CCBF?
absolutely.
And
Okay.
we think there should be two,
Okay.
and only two, not three. One at the water tower, water station.
Yeah.
And one at the boat launch, that entrance. So we covered off both entrances. That's it.
Can I give a recommendation?
Sure.
After driving in and looking at everything and kind of the perfect spot, at least
For one.
starting one, the corner of the four-way where we already have the flower bed, that would be a perfect spot to put up an actual event sign like the idea that Roche did.
Except your one road is
You-
not
you
gonna
missed
see it.
that- You missed the cul-de-sac.
You missed the cul-de-sac.
I think because we've got some structure there and it doesn't interfere with gas lines or anything else. I think we could make one that would really focus that area. I think.
So
that's-
discussion on exact placement of where
Yeah.
these signs can happen at a
Yes.
later date. We
We
just want them done.
We want
this
some
year.
money set aside for that.
So
Then I
Yeah.
will re-get a hold of our quoted contractor and ask him to come out. And we'll do
So when
a
you get
review. and
quotes, do you get 3 quotes or do you get
Or
however many you can or what?
Yeah, we try to get as many as we can.
Not everybody
Yeah.
wants to.
Do it.
Okay,
Sometimes we get one, sometimes we get two.
I would
Yeah.
like to see, I know there's a sign maker
Yeah.
that lives here,
Okay.
or not lives, but he has a cottage here. I'd like to see them involved. The
Okay.
locals, to me, that's a local
Yeah.
option. Even
can
though he
reach out
may
to
be
them.
based out of Calgary, it may be something that.
We're gonna do a posting first saying we are looking for contractors who can do a.
But if you have their information, you can send out an email.
Yeah.
or
And
whatever.
I know one works for a sign person
Yeah.
that works in the community, or is from the community and works for them.
Yeah.
So I think that we should provide those with the opportunity, just to have that linkage.
just a heads up, here's an opportunity to
Yeah,
bid on something.
Yeah,
We'll create a request for proposals and see what we get.
okay.
Yeah.
How's
And that is, it's, yeah, the community event sign and that, and,
What do you mean by the golf, like over here, the sign?
Yeah.
right there, right before you go, if you go straight, you hit the cul-de-sac and you hit the sign.
Okay.
And there's a whole
And
bunch of
And
them
there's a
there
flower
now.
bed there too.
Yeah.
It would
And then
need to be
there's
tidied up.
too.
It'd be need,
Yeah, I kind of
yes.
figured that one.
Where I was looking right here.
I guess there's two ways of looking at it, like,
Yeah, but you're missing
You-
2 cul-de-sacs.
well,
if
you do,
put it in
but
there.
if you assume that everybody like drives to drop off their garbage at some point or something like that, then the four-way
Right,
stop
moves to
could
there.
capture
It does.
anybody that
Well,
that's
I don't know.
ultimately would come there at some point, maybe through a weekend.
They all come in either way. They're coming in to come down over to here.
Box everybody.
Or
Oh, gross.
or do you want to get it when people?
Like I said,
on the town?
I think that's a discussion for
Later.
later.
You want two
Not now.
signs
I think, yeah, we want two
And
signs
CCBF.
and,
this year.
and
So
we
we'll
want,
get a quote for 2
and-
sides.
Two
and the,
signs.
yeah, the.
Placement of it,
The placement money that we looked at was 6,000, it may come in higher or lower.
Well, if you do 2, let's say it's gonna be 12,000. Let's go roughly.
Let's start with 6 and see where that goes.
Okay, so let's start with 1 and see progressive to
No, we need 2.
2. You need 2, okay. We're looking for 2.
We're looking for 2. Right now, the placeholder is 6. If all of a sudden it comes back that it's 10 or 12 or whatever,
And how do you want the signage to be put up? Like magnetic, or you do like the ones like the school has and it's the letter, like,
I would look to the experts when you're putting out
Okay.
the RFP.
They're-
You know, we
we're
don't
looking
want
for a
digital, we
quote.
know we can't
No.
afford that, and we've been
Yeah.
stung with that one once.
Yeah.
We want, and
2
we don't,
event signage and we want it as a permanent.
Yes,
for
we don't
monthly
want a
and
bold
permanent.
sign with the
Yeah.
tacky neon letters.
No.
That's some of the direction you can give.
Yeah,
So we want it
Not like those mega-
aesthetically
yeah,
pleasing.
yeah.
And if they want to reference then, and there's pros and cons to what Roshan
Oh,
has,
yeah.
but it looks good. You know, it's gotta be user friendly as well.
Yeah.
That was it as far as our capital projects. I think that covered off. And then, you know, that was it for 2026. Some of the longer term stuff, you know, the drainage stuff, mostly it looks like drainage stuff. Dust control is difficult to put as a capital project because we don't know what kind of year we're gonna get. If it's a dry year and we've guessed wrong, then people are gonna complain, but we've missed the opportunity. If it's a wet year, then we've wasted our money.
So do you want to, we did do some last year.
And
So
then
do you
do
want
Road.
to just let it go for this year and observe our season to prepare for the next?
Is there any opportunity to get late in the season dust control?
We could go for the fall, but you'd still have to tell us where the funding's
See, I
Yeah.
see that as more operational than capital, but I know it's infrastructure related.
Because you can get the grant funding under
Yeah, if
LGFF.
we can do it under capital, that's great, if we're getting funding for it.
Thoughts?
Unfortunately, but I already paid for my dust control in my community and I pay for it myself.
Yeah, and farmers do in the
Yeah.
county as well. You can say I'm designating this, and this. There are higher speed roads and even in a wet year that can turn into a dust bowl. So people
Yeah.
do make that decision.
So my only concern on that dust control is you did Buffalo and Jennifer last year. I don't think you need to do them again this year. I think you assess and wait and see where they're at.
Okay.
Main road, I don't know what's going to happen on that main road to get rid of all the washboard, and is that going to erode the dust control that's there? And do we have to have a reapplication?
That one, we graded it last year. We actually threw gravel on last year and I didn't find it that dusty. If you go to 30, it's not that bad. But that's just my thought. You're
That-
never gonna get rid of all the dust.
But that is the main one that people sometimes don't go 30. And so if we're going to get any major dust, I think that's probably the primary one that I would look at.
And then right now, because it's kind of dried up a bit, but it is to be graded. We've already got a grader scheduled, so we can take a look and see how that application's holding because it had a lot on there.
And that was the
previous.
recommendation you gave us last time, is don't do that one because there's a ton of that material still embedded in the road.
And maybe right now, all it needs is a good grading to pull everything up, and then we'll see as we get some more moisture how it goes. Otherwise, I can bring this one back. It's gonna end up either we're gonna apply for the grant or it's gonna come from research. One of the two. Like, can you give me, I can bring it back at the next meeting if I feel that it looks like.
After
we
the
did it.
grading's been done, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, because we don't have enough information to approve this one or not, because
But at this point, you basically are saying, previous roads you did, you're not doing it again.
we don't need to do it again.
No.
And
this year.
you
Not
will,
this year.
after the grading, have administration bring back and say whether it should be a consideration for Township Road 40-.
That's probably the primary one.
Great.
Okay, and that was our,
Well, the community hall extension, we've taken that one and bumped it to 2027 because we're not sure that we wanted to do it. Are waiting for feedback
Mhm.
from that recreation committee
Mhm.
hall society group to see.
Yeah.
So,
yes, that's right.
but if we get this old shop converted this year and then another bay done, they will already have expanded space. And we're saying, well, maybe they don't need that hall extension because they'll then be able to use that interior of the,
They largely doubled their capacity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, so yeah, so we pulled that back and
to
said.
2027.
2027,
Community,
hall extension.
so, okay, 2027. So do you have an actual listing of everything written down?
Well, I've given it to you, and then these are I'll provide you with this.
Wonderful.
Again, it's my chicken scratching, but it's got some rough numbers, and
in
that
there.
then comes close to the 300,000, and that's kind of the number we were using as, to fully utilize our grants.
Yep.
And potentially use some reserves, like the public lands reserve, some of it. We'd like to start to look at some of those projects and use some of those funds, mostly activity based, but also some of the infrastructure that needs to be done, like the boat launch and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that was
So
our-
at this point, I would say motion to table the 5-year capital budget with the following recommendations provided by council and bring back a revised to the main meeting.
I'm good with that.
That way it allows me time because this is just a legislative requirement. We have to do
Yep.
this.
I think we've given you a pretty clear direction, advice on where to proceed, and yes, we need to formalize that.
So the shoreline management plan, that was the only one, that one is left on because that's under LGFF.
That one is.
And because you're already in the process of that,
Yeah.
you spent.
Yes, that one was already pre-committed, so we didn't spend a lot of extra effort.
Okay.
And we didn't feel that there was a lot of operational capital going to be required. There might be some signage, there might be some, lawn maintenance, there might be some, raking, we don't know, that's part of the thing. But that was more operational commitment as opposed to capital. We thought that just about no matter what they came up with, it would probably be more operational than capital. We're not putting a
Right.
structure.
And that is also where, once we figure this plan out, it's all through the process that we have to do. There's also where some of that public land,
Yeah.
because that shoreline,
And go to that recreation parks and that.
exactly, that's one of your recreation units is your
Yeah.
shoreline.
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're looking at this too, with the motion that's on the table, we're actually utilizing 136,000 of MSI funding. So that takes care of a lot of that outstanding
Yeah,
MSI
and I'll
funding.
bring all that breakdown.
Yeah, so that's, which was my concern. I wanted to
Yeah,
make sure
we
that
want
that
to-
MSI
I want
was
to dive
done.
into that and utilize it.
Well, that's what I want, is to utilize the
Yes.
Who wants to move that motion?
Sure, I'll move it.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so now that was,
Different report.
no, Paul's reports first,
Oh.
isn't he? Or my
No,
first?
you're first. He has
Oh.
a written report.
Right.
But he's 8.3.
Okay,
Paul's like me, he puts it down at work.
Oh, I got it, but I just didn't have time to send it to you.
5 little things.
Okay.
First of all, I attended a SWAMA meeting, the solid waste. And they are, like, there's a small purchase of a vehicle. They're struggling with some cardboard issues. People are throwing cardboard in the burn pit. And there's a little bit of security issues around the electronics being stolen and broken into. But in general, it's pretty solid. And
Is that like copper wiring?
Yeah.
it's precious metals in
Yeah,
in
laptops and computers. and
Someone
stuff.
was scoping around Denelda here recently.
Yes,
Because-
and that's common amongst every transfer site that collects electronics. They all have.
And
some.
gas sites too.
Yeah, so
Okay.
they're looking at, how do we look at that? There's no easy solutions.
Just one comment. I was told that they really appreciate your involvement on that committee because of your waste management experience and environmental experience. So kudos to you for that.
I'm enjoying that group, so yes. And I think the one member Fix, she was the lone
Oh, Grace?
recycle more. Yeah, Grace, recycle more, and she felt like she was the lone person doing that for the last 20
I love
years.
Grace.
So she personally said exactly the same thing. Thank you for being an advocate as well. And I come up with, that will work or that won't work because I've experienced a lot of that. So I'm having fun on that one. The next one was I had a resident contact me requesting feedback on the dog related. And I would like to be able to respond to him where we're at with that and where bylaw is at and what's the next steps. He basically informed me that it had gone to court and that the person didn't show up and was convicted or not convicted, whatever the word is. The ruling was against her in her absent. So
She got fined.
she got fined. So I would like to know from here whether we've got, and I've asked Aaron, I've talked to Aaron about seeking some feedback.
Yeah,
So
poke
I-
on him again.
Yeah, poke him and just see, I'd like to be able to respond.
Yeah.
Okay, I've also at Leona's suggestion, to have a South Shore joint public town hall meeting. I talked to Justin Stevens, who's the rep in this area from the county, and I've talked to Dan Hiller with Roshan, and the hall at Roshan, which is big enough to accommodate, is so we tentatively scheduled the May long weekend, 11 to 2 on the Saturday.
Saturday or Sunday?
I think it was Saturday.
No, I thought it was Sunday.
Okay, I'll clarify that. And the county will provide somebody. It'll be Justin. We will provide somebody, and Dan cannot make it on that weekend, but he is taking it to his council tomorrow night and will let us know if they're able to. We will basically be talking in rough, not generalizations, but
Coffee with counselors.
Coffee with counselors.
yeah, coffee with counselors, sure. We will provide them some information on the lake level and steps, which although we do provide that in writing and we update, it'll be more of a general, information. Fire services, and then potentially from us, it might be, the access road or something. We can advocate for that again, or it'll be really general, 2-3 topics, and then seeking input and questions. We do not at this time require any administration to attend. We feel that this is just, we'll take a few notes, we'll get back to people, we'll hand out a few cards and hopefully get some information. So that was the joint. It is not to preclude or eliminate our individual one that we're looking at in the July long weekend.
Yeah.
So we still want to do that. This was just a way of showing the communities that we are constructively working together on some of the overall issues, fire in particular and lake levels.
Just so that you know, I would prefer the Sunday.
Your Sunday? I will ask him.
But yeah.
I'm not available that weekend, but that's fine. Okay.
Yeah, I will commit to the 3 hours that'll take. All society discussion, again, I had 2 things on there. This activity room, I was asked about what are we doing, and I said I'd get back to them. And then one of the residents in White Sands has donated a very large buffalo head. We went into the hall. It will not fit in the hall. It's too large. And we went into this, or we looked at this, and it will not fit here. So the suggestion was that, and it has a value, quite a high value apparently, but was that we would look at and we got to come up with a name, but the multi-purpose, the activity room, this is the only one with high enough walls. So potentially in here and overlook the yoga and the weight people. It's kind of, yes. So you're gonna love it or hate it. You're gonna love it or hate it, but it was a generous donation, and we would, I guess we'd like to accept it on behalf. It was to the Hall Society, but they don't own things, so it would be donated to the village for the Hall Society to place. And I don't want, anybody has any comments, just, I got one more, and then we can entertain that. The disc golf, Peter and Emily set up Roshan's and for most intensive purposes, maintain it, other than cutting the
Yep.
grass, which the locals do. They make sure that the cages are up and they make sure that the boxes are set up properly and they make improvements. They have a kind of a ad hoc volunteer group. They are, we did do a little walkthrough and they would like to work with us to set up a temporary pilot course, utilizing some of the green spaces, MRs, mostly fire lanes. They want to work with us and see where they can and where they can't. It would be only temporary at this point. We're not asking for any permanent. So because sometimes they might want to move them around, that's not in a good spot. It is in a good spot. I worked with them on that first one, but I don't think there's any requirement other than they're gonna mow those fire lanes anyway. But there might be some small,
Do we not have to buy the boxes and nets?
so they in Roshan, they went out
They
to the
did.
community and they said, hey, will you sponsor hole number 5? We'll put your name on a plaque and you sponsor that hole.
Okay.
So they're suggesting that, and I went and picked up 3 temporary just to see what they look like and whether they would work on a temporary basis. Also, Roshan has 12 of them from the old school stuff. When they replace those, so they put those in storage and Roshan's gonna get back to me whether we can use those or.
Okay, so we just don't know cost or.
So we don't think there's any, we think there's, if anything, it's minimal cost,
It's just approving where to
where to put them.
install them and.
Yeah, so they'll come up with a plan, we'll take a map and we'll mark
Mhm.
the tee off box and we'll mark the whatever, the hole.
It is actually one of the easiest to work with associations or however group.
Yep.
Because they do everything other than we just do our regular mail.
And there's typically not a donation,
A small fee,
an honor
honorary fee
box that you put in. I think theirs is $2.
$2.
You can put it at 3 or 5 or 2, or I think the one over in Cherry Point is 5 for the weekend. But anyway, however we work that out, and then that money is tagged to go to improvements on, to buy another box, to buy some benches, to do whatever. So that was my 3. Any questions on any of that? I had some
So did
eyebrows.
we not have for donated items to the municipality, was it not supposed to be by council resolution that we accepted those donations? So your Buffalo Head has to get.
Okay,
It would actually be really nice if it kind of was a letter that came to you guys, then you can say, yes, you'll accept it.
Yeah.
It would be easier so
when's he
that it's
moving?
This summer. I could ask him for a letter. I asked him for some information on it.
Yeah.
Like, where did you get this from and,
Yeah.
you know, who's donating it? They didn't want a lot of fanfare, but I said, well, maybe we'll put a plaque donated by, this came from 1920 or what, it's quite old. So I could get that and say, I have it in an email. I could forward that. Just saying, hey, I want to talk to you.
Yeah, just so that we adhere to the policy on donated
Whether they
property,
accept it.
because we just went through that 2 months ago where it's like, if something gets
So-
donated to the village, it needs to be.
So I need written.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I can bring that back to council.
Yeah.
I don't think there was any real hurry. I just wanted to know what the heck he was talking about so that we, I mean, we need to see it. Okay, anything else? Nope. Okay,
Your
next.
report.
My report. Okay, well, just in case there was any
Well,
questions.
you want to include your capital budget meeting on there,
Oh, yeah.
April 17th.
Oh, capital budget.
here,
This one.
last Friday.
Oh, Yes.
That was special council meeting last
Yeah.
night.
Yes, I didn't know that that was part of it, but part of the report then was the special council meeting we had on Friday and the subsequent discussions that we had on that. That was it. Okay,
Leona,
Leona's next.
April 9th, Shirley McClellan, we had our meeting, our next meeting on that one is June 25th, 6 to 8 p.m. I was at the county office, we approved the financial statements. Do you want those financial statements for circulation in the, in our minutes?
The audited financial statements, no.
Okay, okay.
Just your
I-
minutes is
Okay.
quite fine.
Well, I'm gonna send you the whole package, you pull out the minutes then and throw them in. Because the minutes were approved. Our chair, we had elections, the chair is still Larry Clark, our vice chair, I didn't write down his name, but it's someone from out East Country. Manager, Yvette Cassidy is still as the manager, and the county is still gonna be looking after all the administration and all that kind of fun stuff. Gitzel Creechy was appointed as the auditors for 2026. We did approve the financial statements, and then there were some requests for decisions. The requests for decisions were Phase 8, the construction administration and engineering for the it's the Compeer line, I believe.
please don't come here.
Compeer.
Thank you.
Shirley McClellan of Fifth Street Construction General Purpose. Yeah, that was the Compeer line. So that is here.
What's the cost for the project?
I have those here, so I can actually give you the estimated project costs for there's Balf and Rosalind and their Compeer. Estimated project costs are 12 million altogether. That's the budgeted amounts. So far, they've spent 1.57, and then this was another $500,000 for the engineering that they wanted to get done on it.
So what was the ball fund?
Balf and Rosalind is the budget is 11,400,000. The construction of the water line is included in that, and engineering. So far, they've spent 5 million. No, so far they spent 8.6 million in total. There's still 3.6 million that is left on that one.
Did they advise when they would be making the application for the debenture?
No, they did not. No, they did not.
I'm assuming that'll be coming.
Yeah. The Denelda Reservoir, the budget for that is 3.9 million. To date, they have spent 166,000. However, there has been some resolution as to where the reservoir is going to be put and on what land. And I believe the Shirley McClellan is purchasing 2 acres off of Denelda to put this reservoir. So,
Is it
again,
3.9 million for that one?
yeah,
Okay.
3.96. I can give you these.
Thanks.
I've got them electronically.
The county is still taken care of, they got permission to take over the grant for that, right?
At this point, that's still all being negotiated, so that's where that's at. And it wouldn't be the county, it would be the Shirley McClellan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, so it seems to be going well. Actually, the Shirley McClellan Regional Water Line is quite a few areas of the province are looking to that particular line and the model that has been created as a solution for lots of the water issues in the province. It's fairly progressive and newer than a lot of the others, so it is they're a good model, and kudos to that whole line and the town and the water treatment plant. Water treatment plant, I also found out that we've got way more capacity at that water treatment plant than what we're actually using. So extension of lines and everything else is possible. And the same with the access, the licensing for pulling out of the Red Deer River, there's lots on that hasn't been utilized. So it's good for quite a while. The only problem that they have been experiencing is if there's a water leak, where is that water leak? Shirley McClellan is only liable up to the point of the junction when it pulls off. So for example, if you have the town of Castor, the water line goes by, there's a junction where their water line ties into ours. Shirley McClellan is only responsible up to that one junction. After that, then it is. So there's a number of communities that have older municipal infrastructure where there is a discrepancy between the amount of water that they're getting billed for and the amount of water that they're billing out. And what that indicates is there's a leak in the system somewhere. And communities have found where all of a sudden they get a sinkhole and they found out, oh, gee, we got a huge water line leak in. And so that's some of the problem that is out there. But that's not the line's problem, that's the municipality's problem.
Huge infrastructure.
Yeah. Shirley McClellan's infrastructure is all relatively new. Estimated lives on it is 75 to 100 years. So they are going to be, and that was one thing that was discussed at the meeting, provincially, no one really knows how to create the reserve funding for the replacement of these lines. And so that's being explored with a provincial committee and board of which the Shirley McClellan is part of. And they will look at that replacement line funding and how the reserve should be created for that.
Yes.
And build it into the pricing. So
And I think that's all coming down to the bear spot. What's happened in Calgary that they're realizing.
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Fact is, Calgary was mentioned quite a bit. Okay.
And it is true. Everybody should be budgeting.
Yeah. April 10th, but when you're looking at a 75 to 100-year window, it's hard to budget, but there is some aptitude or for that actually happening with the Shirley McClellan line at the Shirley McClellan board meeting. They're saying, okay, you know what, we know that it's 75 to 100 years and we're a long ways out, but we also know that we have a responsibility to start that reserve funding for that somehow, some way, and come up with a formula. April 10th, I went to the Buffalo Lake Management Team. Just a note, the lake is down 4 feet at this point, and it's probably going to be down more this spring. So that meeting was in Alex. The pumping to Gull Lake may not actually happen until this fall. Just some construction delays and everything else. So they're looking at that. They have reapplied for the water license for pumping for Buffalo Lake. Public responses were up until April 22nd. So after that public response, then the application will be considered for the relicensing of pumping into Buffalo Lake. They will also start to look at putting out RFPs for the Buffalo Lake pump station, in the expansion and the upgrading, because they have to upgrade all of the electronics and everything else as well. They didn't originally think that they would have to, but yes, they have to. So it's again a lot more convoluted and larger than what they expected. Province is still saying yes, they'll still cover it and they'll still do it because of the usage of Buffalo Lake. Buffalo Lake is not a recreational lake only. It also includes environmental and agriculture. And fisheries as well. So it's a multiple use lake.
And it's just the end of the whole system, which feeds other things along its way too.
Yeah, exactly. So, all the pumps are still working, everything's still all there. Gull Lake is going with a 4-filter system. We are going to, with the Buffalo Lake one, the proposal is an 8-filter system, so there'll be a pre-filter of 4 filters, 4-micron filters. That's the first line of defense against the invasive species. And then that will go to a second set of filters, another 4 filters to get out the rest. That will then be a self-cleaning system. It will self-clean into a side kind of ditch. The whole thought process is whatever is filtered out is put into that ditch, is allowed to dry and basically kind of get burnt by the sun before anything is returned back into the river. They want to destroy those eggs before they go back into the river. They don't want to put the wet stuff back in. So that's kind of where that is going. Feasibly pumping in 2027. Cross your fingers, hope everything goes well. Yes, pumping will happen. Again, we have to remember that it is only going to replace evaporation. We still need Mother Nature to help out. Next meeting on that one. I didn't write it down in here. It's in my minutes, which I will forward on. April 11th, I then went to a Hall Society meeting at 10 a.m. where they did say, yes, we do want you to stay on the board, because I was a board member, and I did ask them, okay, I have 2 different hats. I've got a council hat and I've got a board hat. Do you want me to continue to be on this board? What you want? And yes, they do still want me on the board. They have, if you saw on Facebook, they have also talked about upcoming events, and they've listed their event schedule for 2026. As always, the biggest problem that they're facing is with volunteers. They need volunteers to come, and they don't even have to be on the board. They could just simply say, hey, I want to volunteer for the Canada Day Parade and be there. Or I want to, they're now going to do a brisket bake and the September long weekend. I'll volunteer for that event. You know, so that's what they're looking for more than anything else, is just volunteers to be able to help man these events. April 17th was the special council meeting here, and that's the extent of my report.
For me, SREMA Emergency Advisory Committee meeting April 7th. I know Melissa's also got notes on that in her update, so I'll just leave it to her to speak to that. Housing Authority meeting, last one, March 19th. Confirmed that CRA has responded, charitable status has been fully restored for the Housing Authority, so that is huge. It's as I've talked about, that's been over us for the last year or so, initially in camera and more recently able to report that publicly. So it is great to get that behind us. Other good news, lodges are running near full. They had been quite higher vacancies since COVID, and so it is good that they are getting back to near full. At Hearthaven, there were 8 rooms that had been set aside for medical wing due to the low vacancies, where, you know, students, temporary doctors, things like that were using that. Because they have not been, you know, typically up to 2 rooms to use, that looking at using some of those empty rooms for respite use, or moving them back into the rental pool, since the rest of the rentals are getting quite full right now. So that's good to keep the financial health of it if these lodges can be near full. Still looking at scheduling a strat planning session for a long-term plan on that. So hopefully we'll get that scheduled here for the next couple months. SDAA meeting on March 23rd. So last meeting I brought forward some of these well, we heard about the new RFP that the province wants to do for province-wide as contracts are set to be renewed. So that did go through the RMAs for an emergent resolution, which is attached here. They did hear back with some positive responses from the government acknowledging that, yes, they are wanting to do this and giving assurance at this point that the municipalities will have the opportunity to put in inputs on that. With that, then the ambulance authority did put in a list of questions to the minister about the upcoming RFP, which we have not heard back yet, but we'll see how all that develops going forward. But there's a whole lot of attention to it, both following the RMA resolution, including media picking up on this and asking questions. So I think the worry was that this might be just kind of slid under the carpet and not given the opportunities for community to, or not community, for communities to add input. And I think kudos to Justin and the county for capturing this and moving forward with it. And I think it's we're
The
a little bit more.
concern is if the RFP goes to a provincial provider, that we could lose the level of service that we have.
That is
correct?
the concern, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they could either roll it into larger geographic areas or, lose some of the innovative things that the SDA has done with some of their rapid response units and that sort of thing.
And also downgrading service from ALS to ELS.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And yes, so I've attached the letter that that the ambulance authority has sent on that for reference, and that is it.
Okay.
So the only other comment that I have, and it wasn't in a meeting, but it's a continuation on the meetings, was the regional library system. There's a lot of lobbying that is happening over this Bill 28 that the province has put forward. I don't know that there's much that we can do about it other than support the Parkland Regional Library, which we've already done. But the main concern is about the screening of the library boards and their finances and the access to material, that the province would have say over what materials could be in the libraries.
Censorship is the not so polite word.
Yeah.
And that's further in your correspondence to
Yeah.
Bill
Yeah,
28
I
stuff
think
as
we've
well.
got.
Yeah.
Okay,
You got no questions, you gotta accept the council report that's presented,
okay,
who wants to?
yeah, motion to accept
Mayor,
and approve. All in
as
favor?
presented, yeah.
As presented. CEO report.
Okay, I'm gonna try and cut her short. So we got all our signage up, just so you know, 10 signs for the beach areas and the community entrance points, and that's for the dog control.
Where was that discussed? That was a surprise to me. I didn't know we were putting a bunch of signs up. And why don't we put signs for other things? Like, I don't.
Because you already had signs that
bylaw.
were already at all your beach accesses,
It
and we
said no
realized
dogs.
we're not in compliance, so yeah, we changed it. That's why they had to come down and we had to put up the other signage, just so that it's all around the community, the new bylaw. And they can take them down on the beach. You guys haven't stopped that. It's just care and control. So there was actually that said you had to be on leash all the time. So we fixed all that. We also got the Jack's Pond for the fire pit use, so that sign is up there. And then we had the SREMA meeting on April 7th. And the most interesting part that I found was the Alberta Disaster Recovery Program. So they gave us a little bit of information on that. So provincial assistance is limited and not guaranteed. So that's good to know. made me think about it. Events under approximately 250,000 and eligible costs are unlikely to qualify, making smaller incidents the municipality's responsibility. Just so that's huge. That's a huge cost for this municipality. Approved claims may be reimbursed, but only up to 90% of eligible costs. So municipalities will remain responsible for 10%. Insurable losses, buildings, personal property are not covered under disaster recovery program, regardless of whether you have insurance in place or not. If it was insurable, it's not covered under disaster recovery. And I think that's key for a lot of people, because perception out there may have been different depending on what you listen to on the news. So it's DRP should be viewed as a partial support for large scale events only. This references the need for adequate reserves, risk planning, and public awareness of insurance responsibilities. Another cool thing that we found out was about the hazard risk assessments, and that the reporting requirements are being updated through the system. Might make it easier, we hope. Additional training opportunities are being offered, and when the HERA, the director who was appointed, he'll be meeting with each of us municipalities to assess our HRAs or HERA hazard risk assessments prior to any submissions to the process.
So question through to you, the training opportunities, we had talked about the, is it level 1 of the disaster? Yeah.
100.
And is that being offered, or because,
It was.
Yes.
but again, we didn't get notification of that, because that's something I would like to take, but I don't get notification of it, so.
At one of the meetings that I attended, I'm not sure if it was this meeting or meeting before, he assured that 100 level training is something that he can offer in-house for free, and will offer more ones, and it is open to council or things. So I think we would just have to let him know that you want to go on an upcoming
I
one.
think it'd be worthwhile.
I've had a couple of 100 level training through my work separately, but whether I would do it again out of interest or not, but certainly it can be offered to anybody that's interested.
Yeah, that was just my comment, is that
And I
So
remember
feedback.
he had said that, it's just
Just no
we
date.
haven't seen any date coming yet.
Yeah, I think it's more, we should say we have 1, 2, or how many people that are interested in attending in an upcoming one. Let us know when you have scheduled one.
Yeah.
I think
Thank
that's
you.
probably
Yep.
incumbent on us to just move
Yeah.
forward on that.
Yeah, I'll send him an email,
Okay.
getting members of our council are interested. When you have the dates, please provide it to us,
Yeah.
and I'll give them your
Perfect.
guys' emails.
Perfect.
Clinton Hyman has some really good stories when they do the training.
Yeah.
I did the 200, but both of them I did Clint with 100, and I thought it was really good information anyways.
So a new update for you guys, Parkland Planning Agency will be dissolved.
And
So that's effective April 30th. This impacts 35 member municipalities or regional subdivision development appeal board. A regional member meeting was held March 23rd to discuss continuation of a regional SDAB model and alternative administrative providers. Potential interest has been identified from the city of Red Deer County, and Dillon Consulting Limited. They're looking at providing us a proposal. Member municipalities have coordinated representation to confirm interest in continuing with this. Most recent update, April 9th, indicates a virtual meeting is being scheduled to review options and next steps. So we're just waiting for some proposals to come in, and we're gonna have a meeting. And we'll continue to monitor and advise council, including any legislative or operational requirements.
so will that require a operational budget item for us?
I'm not sure yet. At this point,
We do have it earmarked, but depending on how much it is, because we had to pay so much to
Yeah.
Parkland.
Parkland,
So yeah, we just don't know. We have some in the budget.
just don't know what it is. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
It was just that it was like all of a sudden, none of the subdivision development appeal board members were notified of this, and it was like,
What? Yeah.
yeah.
That's
So,
significant.
but 35 of us still would like to continue, so that's a huge membership.
Yeah. Well, it's
So,
And it's-
expensive
and
to
it's
go
a-
it alone.
And it's a
Yes.
reasonable contract for someone to actually take on those municipalities. Yeah.
yes, yeah, so. The old conversion, as you guys have talked about, we've got, we've requested a review and quotes from Tremel Construction, so they're assessing the costs, and then we had some contractors out, Central Electric, Ermac, they were all out to do inspections, and we're just waiting for the estimate.
So when they do that estimate, can it be a cost breakdown estimate? So you had talked about, okay, well, all the electrical outlets are 4 feet up and we need to have them
We
level.
gave them everything and asked them for the breakdowns
Okay,
for.
I just want to be able to see those breakdowns when those
We got
estimates come.
option here, this one is a breakdown, that over there, and it's the different bays breakdown.
Okay,
That's
so
okay.
we'll be able to
Perfect.
say, we
Perfect.
want, yes, go ahead with this, or
Yeah.
go with
Yeah.
a contract for that.
We thought
Okay,
about
perfect.
all the
Stations,
approaches, so we
okay.
could.
Perfect.
So the grant funding update, so you guys already dealt with that.
All internet you jumped over.
Jumped over,
Oh,
Hopefully mid-May.
mid-May, aligned, that's what we're working on, so he's slowly getting better.
Yeah.
Alberta Environment, I had a meeting with them on the 13th. And the recreational lease renewal that we submitted in 2019, I found out was delayed due to provincial staffing transitions and has now been reactivated. We don't have to reapply,
Okay.
so that's a good
Fell
sign.
through the cracks.
It fell through the cracks, they admitted it. But we did our job. So the renewal, they're expected to proceed with a new 25-year disposition agreement is what they do.
So what is this agreement? Sorry?
That's direct lease, it'll go for 25 years.
And the rec lease is on what land?
Shoreline,
Okay,
allows us
Oh.
to manage it.
for 25
It
years.
says
Okay,
you,
okay.
yeah, you manage it on our behalf,
yes, and then. the
through a
minute-
lease.
Yes, and then part of that is within 5 years, the municipality will be required to complete the shoreline management plan, which we're already working on, so we're well within our guidelines.
Okay.
And they would accept it, like, they're not gonna backtrack at the 2019, they're like, this year.
Yeah,
So your 25 years gonna start this year and on.
So
when
they
they
would-
approve it, yeah.
So you're suggesting that they would accept it with or without the shoreline management?
No, they are saying the caveat will be there, but we've already started it.
They want the shoreline management within 5 years of the beginning of the lease. So there's the lease, so they'll give us the lease for 25 years, but it's
Within 5
conditioned,
years.
but it's conditional upon having a shoreline management plan, is what you're
Yes.
saying. Okay,
Yes,
okay.
because that
Okay.
shoreline management plan is like that development of what your plans are, right? So that's what they wanna see. And so that's the caveat.
Okay.
The interim shoreline related activities may proceed through the TFE process with potential inclusion in the disposition over time. So, Canada Summer Jobs, we got approved, yay,
Good
we
job.
got our grant.
Yeah.
All is shorter, only for the 5.
8 weeks out of 13.
Yeah, 8 weeks out of 13. So it is what it is, we took what we could get. Maintenance update, we're doing the spring brushing operations, grading is being scheduled underway for the high traffic areas. Additional maintenance past fire accesses will progress as the snow recedes and summer student staffing is in place, so that starts in the beginning of May.
We'll have one start beginning of May and one start just after Canada Day.
And then we have noticed some unauthorized access to municipal lands, so just letting you guys know that there's unauthorized trails and access points from private properties onto municipal reserve, environmental, road right-of-ways. While the traffic bylaw permits off-highway vehicles, including quads, ATVs, and dirt bikes on municipal roadways, it does not permit access onto municipal lands outside of approved access points. These activities present safety risks and environmental and infrastructure impacts. The land use bylaw and use of public lands bylaw prohibits such activities without approval and provide authority for enforcement and restoration. We would prefer to focus on resident education and compliance and worry about enforcement at a different time.
Can you explain a little bit more on that?
Um,
Like, what's the instance or?
the instance, okay, if you're heading out towards the township road, you'll see there's a property and then all of a sudden you'll see there's
Oh, that little green space
clearing and then all of a sudden you'll see it's been a
tracks.
UTV. So there's safety risks because now you're not coming out of approved accesses, you're making your own access and then you're gonna come out into traffic. We've got some others that have been doing the same thing, they're just cutting an extra trail through and I'll just pop up on the road. You should follow your access you have.
So it's OHE, a vehicle, not necessarily pedestrian trails.
Correct.
That's
Okay,
Yeah, it's the OHVs. Now that we've got our new bylaw, we say you can be on the road. Kinda,
Now they're going off-roading.
Yeah, they're off-roading in the village, okay.
yeah. So we
Okay.
just wanna start education
Yep.
first and work on that and see if we can
Stay on approved.
reduce some of it and we'll worry about enforcement at a later time. Right now, I just wanna educate. So, and then the animal control, just wanted to clarify that the property owner has multiple dogs. The enforcement actions are based on specific dogging circumstances of each incident. The January 2026 matter involved a separate occurrence and is not considered a repeat of a 2025 case. And they're addressed under the bylaw in effect at that time. All these matters proceeding through provincial court, any fines imposed are payable to the province and not directly to the municipality.
But do we recoup it?
Yes, they said, and once they're paid, we get paid.
Okay,
from
Yeah.
that,
that's my point.
but they have to be paid first.
Yes, okay.
So, and that's that.
And yeah, then. your
Then you've
actions.
got the action items from the resolutions, so they're still ongoing. Most of it's in here.
Okay.
And then your strategic plan, we laid everything out there. So we can start tracking that.
I think one thing we were discussing is, I think this is great to have the strategic plan, action plan. I know there were some things that we said were not in the strategic plan, because we already had it going.
Mhm.
You know, examples being
Boat launch.
boat
Boat launch.
launch and stuff like that. So make sure we include those things in this as well.
Yeah, we don't wanna lose track of the obvious ones, cause we think they're obvious.
Boat launch will actually now move into your 2026 capital once we start
Yeah.
getting all our.
But it still
doesn't.
doesn't
Needs to
mean
be
that
on
it
the list.
shouldn't be
Yeah.
it should be on this list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boat launch, drainage, things like that.
Okay,
And then if you look at your statement of revenue and expenditures, just so you know, because hey, you just passed your budget, so you haven't updated everything yet.
It's okay.
You skipped a resolution, Melissa.
Did
Yeah.
I?
Yeah.
resolution to accept the CA report as presented.
Thank you.
That.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Moving into financials, right?
Now you can go to,
Now you can say, so some of this has not been updated as
yeah.
to reflect the current budget, which was.
you just,
Since we-
Friday.
Yeah.
It's
You
not
had lots of
Friday.
time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We can probably just accept this as information at this point, right?
Yeah, and then you
Yeah.
can see the bank, they can see the bank reconciliation sheet too.
Okay, we'll
So
accept,
we're now running in a deficit at the end of March.
right, motion
accepted.
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
accept.
Who
By,
wants to accept?
I can.
Okay,
all in favor?
Okay.
Okay, moving into, information, letters and such.
Yeah.
First,
First was a heavy one.
okay, where are we gonna, okay, what do we?
First one,
So the first one is a resident saying, you know, just some expressing some concerns, but some also good to sees.
Yep.
Is there anything specific that we need to address in this one? Other than, I don't see any, I mean, there's
You did update your animal control bylaw.
Yeah.
Do you wanna add on other stuff? That's up to you guys.
Okay,
Didn't an animal control bylaw talk about farm animals and stuff, or?
No, your land use done
Land use
though.
bylaw.
Done, okay, all right.
is there a response that the administration will be following up with this or have? Is there any response required?
I will once you guys decide if you're happy with your bylaws.
I think we can suggest that, you know, there's bylaws with each of these.
Okay,
And
And,
let them, direct them to the land use bylaw.
Yeah.
That,
Okay.
there's no
Yeah.
farm animals and, yeah.
yeah, and, you know, we can give her some progress on the pumping and stuff, but, you know, yes, I think we should respond and just let her know.
And the
that-
sound restrictions, that's gonna be in the community use or the
Yep.
community use bylaw, so it's coming up, so you can refer to all.
so
of it.
I will give her an update. I didn't wanna do anything yet till I'll give her an update that we have been working on these items and that there are certain bylaws that have been updated and for other references, please review these.
Okay, great, good,
Sound good?
good response.
that a motion?
The fire, sorry,
Is that a motion? Just have administration respond back to the.
respond to the first letter, yeah.
Yeah.
The fire, so the application to set up a framework of cost sharing and governance was denied or declined. What do we do next?
We didn't get the grant, so we continue moving forward with whatever we gotta do. It's just we don't have a grant.
I'm expecting that the fire commission is going to have a meeting now
Yeah.
that they know that they don't have
It
the
got
grant.
turned down.
And then it's gonna come forward from there.
Yeah, I think they'll,
Like, there's
it's
nothing-
in their hands more than ours, I think, at this
Yeah.
point.
Yeah.
Okay, and Paul, who's on that one?
I am.
You are, right. Okay, the resolution, to submit that was the ground ambulance,
Yeah,
I think
Paul
we
finished
addressed that
that.
earlier, Paul did. Okay, Larry, and Yvette as well.
And then the RFP is included.
Yeah, so
As
it's
well.
information.
Yeah. Okay, good background. The library is again, that was
The minutes.
talked about earlier, there's the minutes attached.
Yep.
Okay, didn't quite, missed that, oh, ASBA.
Yeah, that's an
So,
update.
sorry, nothing,
It's a quarterly update to let you know.
okay,
And then we did send out a separate attachment, did we not, with the council package?
Oh, I didn't on that one.
Oh,
It
we'll
was-
send it to you. It's all about this stuff, but it was way too much stuff to put in a package.
so with this, is this an opportunity to talk about, the fall conference?
Yeah, if you do, like, cause I was just gonna put that in your next meeting too. Cause we
Yeah.
just got that after I sent out your agenda package, so,
Okay,
you can wait till May or you can talk about it now.
Wait till me.
and wait till May. Okay,
please.
as long as we, like, is there limited? Can you be excluded because it's full?
No,
No,
well,
no,
no,
it's fairly open.
It's open right now,
Okay,
yeah,
okay,
Yeah,
and just opening.
okay, then we don't need to. go
I know,
further
it's at
on that.
Nisku this year.
yeah, it's a great place. I love it. Less
Okay.
driving.
Okay, so the next one was back to the library and the condemning of censorship,
Good.
okay, which we know about and. we don't need to do
Bill
anything.
28.
Housing
Yes,
Statutes Amendment Act.
okay, and does that need anything response, or that's just for our information?
Information.
Housing and growth and
The
Okay.
RMA's, or not RMA,
response to that.
response is very detailed and.
Alberta
Later,
Munis,
isn't it?
isn't it?
Urban meetings, yeah,
Yeah, it is.
very detailed and very interesting.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if there's any specific actions we need
yeah,
to do, other than be aware of it.
okay. Cruising right through. the
Assessment
review,
model
that's been
review,
done.
policy changes.
Yeah, that's just to make you guys aware of ministerial changes.
Of what they're doing, yeah,
Yeah. Bill 26,
Animal
just so you
Protection
know,
Act.
that's been another amendment. Animal Protection Act, so good for people to be educated on that. There are some ramifications. There's some good points and then there's other points that be careful how you do your reporting, make sure it's
Yeah.
for a real reason.
Okay.
Like false alarms or vexatious of it.
Yeah, people
Yeah,
are continuing reporting and it's.
yeah, if there's,
No
if
ground
it's
for it.
proven vexatious reporting, then you can be fined.
Okay, and then finally, an ASVA,
Representative who's on the Alberta
Representative.
News Community
just
Committee,
letting you know
letting you know,
that there is one.
yes.
Yes.
Okay, and that was from Kathy. Did we get any information on the results of, or the minutes of, or that Central Alberta Planning Coffee Meeting session that occurred about a month ago,
I don't think so.
that we weren't even aware?
Yeah,
I
that
wasn't aware of.
doesn't come to my mind
Do you
either.
remember the title of that, or what that was? You know what I'm talking about? Where they kind of had an invite for Central Alberta.
Yeah, leaders to get together, yes,
Yeah.
but I can't,
I
Get
can't
out
think
for
of
the
it.
munis.
Melissa was just looking at bigger meetings, just going back to that conversation we had on Friday about like training and extra conferences or others and Dan for
Yeah.
advocacy.
Like that
Melissa
we
just
missed.
looking-
I would
yeah.
like to see if there's at least,
Cause I didn't have anything in mind, so I knew nothing about it, but
can we
Alberta
investigate and
Munis,
just get the
Alberta
information?
Munis is having a 2026 Summer Municipal Leaders Caucus. There's a date in Red Deer of June 24th, but there's nothing more for additional information I can give you other than
Just looking at it now.
it is Summer Municipal Leaders Caucus will be held across the province. They've got dates, and it's registration will only be open to elected officials and administrators, and that's what it's about. So it's different areas of the province that Alberta Munis is doing this.
How
I
much?
don't know who's all gonna be attending other than municipal leaders.
We can look into that some more.
so if you
want.
can get
More information.
more information, forward it on to Dan and then.
Yeah, and
I'll keep my eyes because, yeah, I pulled it here and I'm like,
It's got not much.
yeah,
you could follow up with that.
Yep.
Um,
cause that's usually where I see this kind of stuff. Now I know when the province does some budget stuff, sometimes Alberta Munis will set up something where the province will talk with municipalities about the stuff that's affects.
It's, again, it's more to do with, advocacy and,
Yeah.
and looking at some of those opportunities.
So the conversation is I think the next time you're talking to Justin is actually just find out, okay, like, how did that other meeting come about?
Yeah, and how were you informed about it?
Right,
Mhm.
yeah,
Yeah.
and then it could be that there's just other sources that we need to get on a mailing list or
Yeah.
an email list and.
Cause we're part of Alberta Munis and we're part of ASBA, but we're not part of the rural municipalities.
Are we on RMA? We pay a,
We don't pay membership.
yeah, we do. Yeah, it's in your insurance.
Oh, that's for insurance.
No, but there's a membership fee. But at the time when we pay insurance, there's a membership fee.
We'll double check what all we have.
Well, and there's other things, like I got some notes from, ARPA awards in May for this conference they're having, and
So what's that acronym?
That's
let me
ARPA,
just
that's the Alberta Recycling.
Nope.
No?
Alberta Recreation and Parks Association is thrilled to announce that the nominations are open, and they're having a meeting in October at their president's banquet at the Fairmont, blah, blah, blah. Again, it's stuff like that. How do we capture it so that you're aware of it and I'm aware of it? And there was another one from FCM is having a thing. How do we, or do we even care? FCM is having a rural leaders meeting. Again, I looked through it and went, yeah, it doesn't quite, building the future together, annual conference and trade show, Edmonton, June 4th to 7th. Looked over their agenda, but it shouldn't just be me. So how do I communicate? When we get it, I think, well, in this case, I guess I'm the only one that got it. But should I be communicating that? You know, saying, hey, heads up, is this anything we need to be? And I looked through it and went, yeah, you know, yeah, it's pretty high level and it's very expensive. I'm not registering. But should I be making that call or should I be passing it through?
If you, my advice is anything like that, just email it and say add to agenda. You guys can just we'll put it as information and you guys can review
Discuss
and
if they
say,
wanna send
hey.
somebody or not, or.
Because that may be how that thing got sent. It might have got sent through another organization. And
Yep.
if I'm, you know, because I get lots of this stuff, you know, you
Yeah.
read through it and some of it you go, okay, not applicable and next and away you go. And maybe that's how some of this stuff is getting missed. So but some of it's like, holy cow, how much do I want to send forward? And then do I CC the rest?
Well, I'm not quite so sure that it's something that needs to go into every council package either. I
Well,
think,
that's kind of, they're getting bulky as it is. Do we want to add more to it?
I think if there's one that you feel is worthwhile, like you can forward to Paul and I, whatever, saying, I don't think this is worthwhile.
Okay.
And then if we disagree, then yeah, then it can come to council.
And you guys can just say, hey, add to the agenda.
Yeah.
I'm okay because
So I would just send it to the other two counselors at this point?
But
I would.
I think there needs to be discretion because there's lots of things out there and if it's clear that, you know, I don't think this is something.
Fits it.
Then, you know, recycle it.
Yeah.
Recycle bin. But if it is something that is potentially of interest, and I think this is something that Melissa can send around too, hey, this might be of interest to you guys, take a look, add it to the agenda, or, you know, you can just email it around saying.
Like
you know,
right
if you're
now,
interested.
there's a lot of emails I get and some I think, okay, yeah, that's good info, council, shit.
Yeah,
I
But
think
there's
we-
a point.
Yeah, I think we should only be adding it to the meeting agenda if it, you know, clearly might be of interest to
Okay.
some of us.
I might send it out, but like I saw rural, remote, northern, and then I thought, oh, this is interesting. And then as I read further, it's like they're talking, you know,
Nunavik.
in the Arctic somewhere and.
So I think when you're talking about advocacy, I think when you're getting your emails or something, make sure it's more to fit your location.
And I did, and that's why I
Yeah.
looked at it and went, yeah, interesting, but not applicable. So
Because I only get so much, some things go directly to counselors when you're registered at certain things.
Okay.
And it's really hard for me to turn around and say, hey, you should go.
So the other option is in your CAO report, here's like a one-liner, here's an opportunity to go here, here's an opportunity to go
Yeah.
here, here's an opportunity to go here. If you want more information, then I'll send it on to you.
That's a good way to do it. Yeah.
And then that way, at least you've informed us. And if it's something that interests us or that we feel should be looked at,
Yeah.
then we can.
Yeah, and I'll try and review the Alberta Munis, those kind of websites and see if there's anything on there that you should probably take a look at. How's that?
That's great.
Who wants to move 11.2 to 11.11 as information?
I'll do that.
Okay, all in favor?
And then we're going into a closed meeting session.
Okay,
So who wants to put their motion on it to move into a closed session meeting for County of Stettler cost analysis road use agreement, Alberta Information Transparency Act, Section 24, intergovernmental relations at 141. Let's put their name on it.
yeah, whatever, sure.
Okay,
Okay.
and then let me.
Yeah.
It's gonna do something. I bring my notes back up. So we are going on.
I'll make a motion to come out of camera.
Okay,
Okay.
at 1:53.
All in favor? And I'll make a motion for adjournment at
1:53.
53.
Alrighty.
Okay,